Committee Secretary, do we have other apologies? Except that we know some members are connecting whilst they are busy in oversight with other committees of Parliament. Do we have other apologies, Committee Secretary?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to members. We have got an apology from Honorable Sotesi. He's on oversight. Honorable Manji is also abroad.
Okay.
Those are the only two that I have so far.
No, that's fine then. Those apologies are noted and recorded accordingly. Who is leading the team from OCJ, acting SG?
Good morning, Chair.
You have an echo on your background.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Minister.
They are in a boardroom in the OCJ. We'll just ask them to switch off all the other gadgets. Okay. But the entire team is in one boardroom.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Are you going to come after them or you will...
No, I'd like to come first, Chair, before they start.
That's fine then. That's fine.
Should I proceed?
Should we not await them to see if they are stable now?
Okay, let me check with them.
Yeah, so that they are able to capture what the minister is saying also. Members, can we pause for 2 minutes to allow them to stabilize their network?
That's fine, Chair.
We are ready, Chair. I just checked with them. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Minister. You can proceed.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you. Good morning, members of the Portfolio Committee, and together with the teams that are supporting the Portfolio Committee. We've got the team from the Office of the Chief Justice, led by the Acting Secretary General, Advocate Potgieter. They are in a boardroom and together with the executives, as well as the leadership, the CEO of SAJE. Chair, we can confirm that there's been an appointment in terms of the CEO. Unfortunately, as I said yesterday, the process for recruitment for the Secretary General of the Office of the Chief Justice has started but has not been concluded. We've done the shortlisting, we've done the interviews. We're currently on the final stages and would be able to finalize between ourselves together with the Chief Justice and the heads of court so that we can make the submission towards Cabinet. That's the first part of it, Chair. 2 is to report to members of the Portfolio Committee, as we had committed last year, that we would be working towards the single and independent judiciary-led administration. The work has begun. We committed that from the 1st of April 2026, we would transfer shared services from the Department of Justice to the Department of the Office of the Chief Justice. That has happened, Chair. As reported yesterday, the MOU has been signed between the two teams administratively. We have a technical task team that is meeting between the two teams that is also ensuring that the work is seamless. That task team has work streams that look at various areas in terms of the work that needs to be done. Both the teams on the side of the Department of Justice is led by the Acting Director General, and then on the Office of the Chief Justice is led by Advocate Potgieter. And that team reports to the heads of courts meeting, which I am part of. When we meet quarterly, they present the reports in terms of progress. The last report was presented on April 10th. To meeting chaired by the Chief Justice with the heads of courts. Myself and the DM were there together with the Minister of Police. We went there to deal with issues that relates to the security of the judiciary. I can safely say, Chair, we are comfortable in terms of some of the work that has been done. What is now left in the area that will be major work is around the policy issues. And once we are ready, we will be able to come back. What are the policy issues? For example, do we migrate all of the judicial functions, including the lower courts, at the same time? Or is it going to be a staggered approach? The second area of work that needs to be done, and on this one, is because the Mwepe report, members of parliament would remember, didn't deal with the lower courts or magistracy. It only dealt with high courts, superior courts, and engagements were there. Now, the feeling was that because that work, the work that we want to do in terms of transfers and the independence, it's premised on the Mwepe report, and therefore it gives a challenge with the lower courts or magistracy because they have not been consulted and work has not been done. So we, at that point, we've agreed in the last meeting that the Chief Justice, as she has started as well, will have another meeting with the magistracy where they will have proposals that they will present to us as the executive in terms of how do we move forward in terms of legislation and policy. We're already looking at the draft legislation. We just need areas of clarity in the area of lower courts. Number two, they have made a full submission to us as lower courts, which is separate from the superior court. So there are areas of differences between what is proposed by the magistracy and what is being proposed by the heads of courts led by the Chief Justice. So once we get that clarity, we will be able to present a legislation. We anticipating that legislation will be this year, Chair, to give this effect for Parliament to be able to start that process. And once that is done, we'll start engaging with labor unions and employees in terms of long-term implications around this, because if they are to move out of public service, there are implications, because currently the employees in the Office of the Chief Justice are actually under Public Service Act and are part of public service. If we are to take the route that we are taking, it means they would be outside public service. So there's those implications that we've got to start looking at and that we can be able to do. So with this presentation that we are bringing today, Chair, I just thought, let me bring that. We'll highlight that. We have, as the executive as well, engaging with the judiciary. There was an issue around shortfalls that were experienced, and as part of closing that gap and ensuring that we fully support the judiciary, we have made available funds from CARA to support the judiciary, and that will be reflected in this area of work. These are once-off allocation, and the presentation will cover that. Once-off allocation from CARA funding that Cabinet has approved to support the judiciary, including around training. And then the other area I want to speak to, Chair, is in relation to the challenges in terms of the backlog in courts, and one of the areas that has been identified as a cause is capacity in terms of appointment of judges. So we have been able to support the judiciary by appointment of acting judges available, but also the heads of courts themselves have engaged legal practitioners to be available pro bono so that they can assist in easing up the pressures in the courts. But again, we've had a conversation between ourselves, Minister of Finance and the judiciary, to look at the implementation of the Deputy Chief Justice, former Deputy Chief Justice Moseneke, on the rationalization of the courts. If we look at that report, which we will be taking to Cabinet, we're starting to process that. It was done under Minister Lamula, finalized. The reports were presented to me as finalized report, both part 1 and part 2. Finalized, that talks about rationalization of the courts, but amongst them it talks about capacity of the courts in terms of your appointments of additional judges. The proposal is 20% across all high courts. We have worked out this figure. We rounded it up to 50 additional judges that would need to be appointed. We are in that process. The judiciary, we said we started approaching the Minister of Finance to make available funds for making sure that we can be able to appoint these judges in terms of 50 additional to the establishment that we currently have. And that in principle has been agreed. But what we said with the meeting of the heads of courts is that we are going to have to look at the ripple implications. Accommodation, for example, Northwest JP would say we do have accommodation available, and therefore other courts will not have. But we're looking at that so that we rationalize the staff capacity that needs to be, so that we are able to do that. So we believe that by the midterm, October, Minister of Finance should be able to make this additional announcement into that. We're hoping that by that time we would have concluded with the heads of courts this work in terms of reducing increasing the capacity of the judges in the courts in terms of the work. Lastly, Chair, the rationalization of our courts, both in terms of superior courts and lower courts and magistracy. We are in the process of finalizing that. We are expecting to make announcements by May, June, depending when we are able to get this through to Cabinet. Once we do that, we'll make public announcement and start implementing that report. We do note that there are areas where there are contentious issues. For example, if we look at the issue of Makhanda in the Eastern Cape, remains a contentious issue where there is almost dividing a society. And what we said, we don't want to be doing things that divides our communities, but we do understand there's also some misunderstanding of what the intention of the rationalization is. And I've committed myself to say we'll be engaging stakeholders in that part of the world, of the country, so that we can make sure that we bring them on board. So we'll not fully implement without taking all the stakeholders and our communities into consideration and into understanding what the report says, what we are implementing, but also getting that if there are concerns, how do we address those? So I thought I should make those upfront, Chair, as we do, but we want to appreciate this opportunity to be able to present this annual performance plan for the Office of the Chief Justice, so that we can be able to continue to support as the executive, the judiciary, and as we walk towards the single and independent judiciary-led administration. Thank you very much, Chair. And I want to hand over to the acting SG so that she can take us through the presentation together with the finances. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Minister. Acting SG.
Thank you, Chair, and once again, good morning, Chair and honourable members. It's the pleasure of the OCJ to present, as the Minister has alluded, the APP.
Acting SG, can you
Yes.
also please introduce who are you with there by the boardroom?
Apologies, Chair. Let me introduce. I'm going to ask the EXCO members to put on their cameras so that the Chair can see it's not AI. We are all executives in this boardroom. Thank you, Chair, and once again, apologies for that. Chair, I'm going to start with the DDGs. We have DDG Mukhale, our corporate management services. DDG, can you put on the camera, please? There, I can see you, DDG.
Oh. Good
Yes,
morning.
we can see them.
Yes, good morning, Chairperson and honorable members. My name is Nakampi Mohali, DDG Corporate Management Services. Thanks.
Thank you.
We have Advocate Lamley, Court Administration, Acting DDG.
Good morning, honourable members. Pleased to be here. Thank you.
Thank
Good
you.
morning, colleagues.
Our CFO, Ms. Fola Morapedi.
Good morning, Chair and the members. It's Palamara Puri, thanks.
Next to me is our CEO of Sajay, Ms. Shamasi. Your camera on.
Good morning, honorable members.
Yeah, the echo is with Ms. Shamasi.
Apologies. I've
Yeah,
muted
you
my
now. Yes, it's better now. It's better.
Ms. Lindo Shimate, the CEO of the South African Judicial Education Institute. Thank you.
You can proceed, Dr. SG.
Thank you, Chair. Then we have Ms. Sabati, our Chief Director, Stratton Systems.
Good morning, Chairperson and Honorable members. Good morning, Honorable Minister. I'm Karabu Sibati, Chief Director for Strategy and Systems.
Next up is our CIE, Ms. Makize, Pulani Makize.
Good morning, Chair. Morning, Minister and honorable members. My name is Fulani Mkize and I'm the Chief Audit Executive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Lim, our Chief Director in Sajay, Ms. Lynn Coleridge, or Coleridge Zin. Zoltz.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson and members of the committee. I'm the Chief Director, Judicial Education Support at SAJAY. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. We may proceed. Our CRO, Ms. Partibam. I think you must also introduce yourself as well as Ms. Ndlokubani of our Board Administration.
Good morning, Chair and the Honorable Minister and the members. The name is Patty Swapam, Chief Risk Officer in the Office of the Chief Justice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning to the Honorable Chair and members and the Minister. I'm Michael Ndlokubani. I'm the Acting Chief Director of the Court and Case Flow Management Unit here at National Office Test. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. We may proceed.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. It's the pleasure of the OCJ to present then our annual performance plan for the 2026-27 financial year. It is our second plan towards achieving the impact, outcomes and priorities set out in our strategic plan for 2025-26 until 2029-2030 period. This plan, honourable members, reflect our continued commitment to supporting the judicial system through the provision of effective and efficient court administration.
Acting SG, please pause. Committee Secretary, who is flighting the report? It's not, the slides are not moving.
I'm just making introductory remarks on the first slide, and Ms. Sabati will then take the detail of the presentation. If the chair prefers, we can immediately go to the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you. If we can proceed. Chair, I just want to conclude on my introductory remarks to say that we express our appreciation for the leadership of the Chief Justice and heads of court, as alluded to by our Minister, but more specifically for the continued direction received from our executive authority, as this has led to a successful transfer of the phase 1, as the Minister has already indicated, and these functions that were transferred relate directly to judicial governance and operations, and the transfer aligns then with Section 165(4) of the Constitution. As the honourable members will see in this presentation, to measure the transfer, success of the transfer and our efficient service delivery, we have included 6 new indicators to monitor the delivery, the service delivery and the continuity in operations. Thank you, Chair. With your permission, let me hand over to Ms. Abati, and she will then take us through without going into the detail of the outline to start with. Thank you.
Thank you, Acting SG.
Thank you, ASG. Good morning once more, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, honorable members, the Minister, members of the Executive of OCJ, and all colleagues in the meeting. To get into the presentation, Chair, as ASG has alluded, we'll be presenting our 26-27 annual performance plan as a department, which highlights our commitments for the financial year 26-27, as well as outlined the key performance indicators. We'll also look into how we have aligned in terms of our key risks, as well as the financial resources that have been allocated in implementing this plan. In terms of the introduction, just an overview in terms of how we managed to put the plan together as an organization. We ensured alignment with the medium-term development plan, in particular the priority on building an ethical, capable, and developmental state. But we also ensure that broadly we are aligned in terms of government prescripts by ensuring alignment to the NDP, and we'll later in the slides ensure how we align. We are also aligning in terms of the frameworks that we use to develop the plan, but most importantly, ensure that the priorities of the executive authority and priorities of the judiciary are taken into consideration with this plan. We also have indicated in terms of the implication of relevant SONA priorities, as the OCJ plays also a critical role within the criminal justice system. Without going into too much detail, the results-based approach and planning methodology of the DPME requires that we as departments consult extensively with both internal and external stakeholders, which we have done to ensure that it's credible, it's aligned, it satisfies all the government priorities, and to ensure that we have incorporated the inputs from different stakeholders. As indicated, the plan indicates the priorities of the executive authority, the judiciary. We have also presented specifically to the Judicial Oversight Committee. We have ensured alignment in terms of submitting the documents and getting an assessment from the DPME, the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, as well as the DPSA. Internally, we also ensured that the document was presented to our management committees to get inputs and recommendations so that the plan is inclusive. Therefore, we consulted with our operations committee as well as the executive committee. From oversight, we were also able to get feedback and inputs from our audit and risk committee, which provided assurance in terms of the APP. The next section, Chair, looks at our mandate in relation to how we have taken our legislative policy and constitutional mandate into consideration as the basis for the existence of the OCJ. Firstly, in alignment to the Constitution.
You can skip the mandate.
All right, thank you, Chair. Chair, am I also allowed to skip the legislative and policy mandates as well?
Yes, please skip it.
Thank you, Chair. But what is of importance to also highlight is that when we look into our governance responsibilities, we also have a compliance universe that has taken all these legislative requirements and is being monitored by the institution. The strategic focus looks at the strategic direction and focus areas for the 26-27, but also for the MTEF period, which we'll get into when we present on our performance information. Our mission and vision still remains, in terms of the vision, a single, transformed and independent judicial system that guarantees access to justice for all. And we have also maintained in terms of our mission, even with the transfer of the face-to-face. And these principles ensures that, especially the values that as OCJ, we remain professional, we discharge our responsibilities and services in a professional and uphold these values in how we discharge our services. Chair, when we developed and committee members, when we developed the APP, we took into consideration the external environment and internal environment. With the external environment, we used the PESTEL analysis where we looked at political factors and part of it, the minister as well as the ASG, apologies, have alluded in terms of the government, the commitment of government in the institutional independence of the judiciary. And in terms of how it is affecting the organization, it's the successful implementation of phase 1, where we have incorporated indicators into the document and will reflect on that. We also looked into the impact of the economy as on access to justice in terms of with unemployment and the low growth and inflation rates, it affects accessibility to services, especially of superior courts. And we have also, as an organization, considered how it is impacting and on the role of the OCJ. We also looked into the technology and improving access to justice, and we have interventions like court online and court modernization, and also our digital strategy that we are implementing to ensure that as OCJ, we also move with the global trends to ensure that we move towards a court modernization. Environmentally, we are also as an organization affected in terms of external shocks where there are disasters due to climate change, and also that could have an impact on our courts. And we have looked into putting in strategies in place like our BCM, which provides the response in terms of some of these challenges. And in terms of legal factors, I'm not going to get too much into it. I think the minister also alluded to the fact that as OCJ, we are looking into with this transition, putting in the relevant legislation that will assist in terms of institutional independence. Internally, the capacity of the OCJ, we looked at our human resources and also the vacancy rate, which has been a challenge, and looking into interventions to ensure that the OCJ is well capacitated. As of 31st March, the OCJ is sitting at 8.98% in terms of the vacancy rate, which looks at the initiatives that the organization, it has been a challenge, but the initiatives that the organization has put in place to ensure that OCJ is well capacitated. Covering the opportunities for fraud and corruption, we have indicators where we measure the integrity and ethical strategy and framework of the organization, and we'll also look into those indicators that will show that as an OCJ, we really take issues of fraud and corruption seriously, and will be measuring them on a quarterly basis and annual basis. We have employee health and wellness programs, again, to ensure that the health and state of the our human capital as an organization is attended to and supported. I've also alluded in using ICT as a strategic partner in the implementation of the digital and ICT strategy that has been recently approved and the BCM to ensure that we respond to disruption in an immediate and timely manner. In terms of financial resources, OCJ also will indicate in terms of how the additional funding from CARA will be used in a form of indicators in our plan. If you'd allow, Chair, will also reflect in terms of the APP, our preferential procurement policy, and looking at the procurement, preferential procurement spend, which is part of our indicators, as well as looking into transformation indicators for youth, women, and people with disabilities. Chair, we are aligned as a department. Our impact statement look at ensuring efficiency and effective accessible justice for all. And in terms of our outcomes, we have 3 outcomes for each of the 3 budget programs of the OCJ. And we are aligned when you look at our outcomes. The first one on effective and efficient administrative support. And again, we are aligned to Chapter 13 of the NDP, which looks at building a capable state. And as indicated earlier, we are aligned in particularly to building a capable and ethical and developmental state, and most all of our programs align to this particular priority. But the other chapters in the NDP is promoting accountability and fighting corruption, which also is aligned to our outcome indicator on improved court efficiency. What is important, Chair, is to demonstrate how we align to these outcomes through our indicators as well as targets for the 26-27 financial year, but also the projecting in the MTEP period, which is the 2 outer years of the APP. Chair, the next session or part of the presentation gets into details in terms of our key performance indicators for administration, which aligns to the outcome on effective and efficient administrative support. As an organization, we still have targeted the outcome of the audit, ensuring that we maintain our clean outcome audit. This is important, especially as we transition into phase 1 and with this institutional independence, that whatever reforms that the organization will be going through, it's important that we maintain sound financial and internal controls, and we don't regress in terms of the maintenance of this clean audit outcome, which has been sustained from 23-24 financial year. We have targeted to ensure sustainability with this audit outcome. As indicated earlier, as the organization also have taken into consideration preferential procurement, where we are targeting 100% of procurement of goods and services above 500 to be awarded to suppliers that meet specific goals. That would be your previously disadvantaged, your women, young people, as well as Black-owned companies in terms of this procurement. It is important again that as an specifically it is an apologies, Chair. It is important also that we maintain in terms of paying suppliers within 30 days. We have projected to pay 100%, though it's a bit of a challenge, but as an organization, we are putting initiatives to ensure that we comply and ensure that we are always at 100%. Moving on, Chair, the indicator on the percentage of designated employees, these are SMS members and other categories. We have maintained 100% for financial disclosures. This is part of our integrity and ethical, as well as compliance with the DPSA. And we have maintained 100% that we have achieved in the previous financial years. In terms of our vacancy rate, as indicated, we had challenges in terms of, if you look into 24-25 financial year, where we're sitting at 12%, and this was due to the implementation of a government-wide moratorium. But as an organization, we have put in strategies. We are now sitting at 8.98%, which we will maintain. And in projecting again, we projected, even with the challenges, to be below 10% in the MTEF period. And this is because this is a compliance indicator. We cannot plan to not to comply. In terms of women representation, we have targeted the 50% to ensure that we comply. And if you look into the next one, it's on percentage of people with disabilities representation in the department. We have maintained the 2%, and with the with the new requirement, when we project and review the APP, we will then target for the 3%. What we'll be doing is to implement initiatives in this current financial year so that we move closer to the target in terms of the 3% that the government has now legislated. With the superior courts, we are sitting at the 21 that had been rolled out. The target of 13 in 25-26 has been achieved. We are remaining with the 3, which will be rolled out in this current financial year. As a result, we see full completion of this indicator in the current 26-27 financial year, and we do not have any projections. But what we'll be working on as an organization in relation is the second phase of or second stage of this court online, where we'll be rolling out working on the module so that we are able to roll out the criminal module. And in the first year, due to processes that are required and what we have learned in terms of rollout of the civil module, is that necessary preparations and looking at the project plan, that year one will just be looking at the development and testing of the module, and we'll go through the quarterly targets in terms of what the committee should expect in terms of the milestones for rollout of this for development and testing of this module. Chair, I've alluded earlier that we have also targeted in terms of fraud cases that are investigated within 90 days, and we have targeted the 75% due to the complexity and the period that sometimes it would take to finalize the cases even within 90 days. And as a result, we have targeted the 75, but due to also initiatives that we are putting in and capacitating in that unit, when we review for the MTEF period, we will also then look into the higher percentages. In terms of the transfer of shared services, security is one area also that in terms of retained and shared services as an organization was also transferred to the OCJ. The first area was to look at the security strategy and getting it approved in 26 and 27, that with OCJ now being responsible and with the recent challenges in terms of the security at the courts, it's important that as an organization we develop a standalone security strategy. But also, if you look into the second indicator aligned to this one, is one will be improving it or approving and getting the strategy right. It's important that we also implement security initiatives. And these initiatives are important because they talk to the rollout in terms of the installation of security infrastructure, CCTV, biometrics, X-ray machines, and body scanning. So it's important that as we get the strategy approved, the implementation of these initiatives, so that also we monitor on that, and it's not, and which will eventually be incorporated or form part of the strategy, but work must happen in that area. As a result, we have targeted the implementation of the initiatives. Another indicator that the ASG alluded to, it's in relation to also phase 1, a percentage of the functional court recording technology in the courtrooms, and with the availability of the budget, we're looking at the 93% in year 1 with an incremental growth to 95% and 100% in the outer 28-29 financial year. Chair, these are the quarterly breakdown. In terms of the first indicator, we look into, due to the annual report being approved and finalized, and that together with the financial statements, we have targeted Q2 for the indicator on unqualified audit opinion, which is a clean audit. And in terms of the procurement spent for goods awarded to suppliers, we have biannual target where we look at the procurement and goods and services that were also processed. So because of the number or the amount that we also looked at the biannual indicator to ensure that we are able to also incrementally report on it. For percentage of valid invoices will be 100% across the quarter. And in terms of designated employees, we will target the Q1 for SMS members and other categories as per the legislation will be in Q2. Therefore, for Q3 and Q4, we don't have any targets based on the legislated terms. And we have also maintained the 10% across the quarters, and also for women representation is 50% across the quarters. What I'll also like to indicate is also particularly on the criminal module, in terms of the quarterly milestones. In Q1, it will be approval of the project charter, and Q2, the module system design approved, and then as well as now the criminal module developed and tested. And Chair, if you also look into the percentage of functional court recording technology in courtrooms, we have maintained 93% across the quarters. Moving on, Chair and members, on program 2, we still have the indicators. Apologies, Chair. Got interrupted. On program 2, Chair, can I confirm if you can see the screen?
Yes, we can see it properly.
Apologies. Chair, I will quickly go through program 2 on superior court services. For the outcome improved court efficiency, we have our 3 indicators that we have looked into in terms of these first three indicators look at efficiency in terms of percentage of default judgment finalized. And we previously were looking at 15 court days, but with now, when we reviewed the strategic plan, we looked at now in terms of our turnaround times, looking at 12 court days. And as a result, we don't have a baseline as we have looked at reducing our turnaround times for the court days when we look into default judgments, as well as when we get, then the target would be 91, and then incrementally we look at 92 and 93%. Because of this being a new standard within the organization. In terms of percentage of taxations of opposed legal bills of cost finalized. We also changed the standard there. We're now looking at 60 court days from the date of set down, and we have targeted 98% across the 3 financial years. For percentage of taxations of unopposed bills is 99%, and we've maintained the 100% for percentage of warrants of liberations delivered within 1 day of the release issued. We also support the Judicial Service Commission and ensure that in terms of the administrative support, we produce a number of 4 judicial case flow management reports annually. For the 3 indicators, these are new indicators that are also, as an organization, we put in to measure the transfer of shared services. And the first one, it's looking at digitization of old records for prioritized ports. We're looking at, for the financial year 26-27, prioritizing Pretoria and Johannesburg High Courts, and 4 reports will be produced which are annual targets. In terms of the next indicator is to ensure percentage availability of virtual library services. Virtual library services as a result. This is important in terms of the research and as well as legal information that's required, and we have to ensure that this services is available at 99%, taking into consideration that there could be system downtime due to power outages. And also looked at percentage of superior courts uninterrupted by power and water outages, which is important to ensure that there's minimal disruption in terms of services at the courts, and ensure that there's installation of backup and electricity and water supply at all times. And we've also targeted 100% across the 3 financial years. Chair, I'm not going to get into the details because the annual targets are breaking down per quarterly, and if you look into our indicators, because of them being efficiency indicators, we have maintained the same quarterly targets, except for the reports where we are breaking the 4 by 1 per quarter. Chair, the final program is judicial education and support. In terms of the targets for this program, our performance information, we have targeted in terms of our judicial education courses conducted. We have targeted 130 in the 26-27 with an increment to 135 and then 140 based on the availability of resources, especially financial resources. We also have a number of judicial education newsletters that will be produced 3 per year and projected as such for 27-28 financial year. In this area also we produce management and coordination of litigation reports as well. We have 5 because the 5th one is the annual report, and we also have reports on judicial appointments and judicial complaints produced. These are legacy indicators as well. There has not been any change in terms of the indicator and the reports that will be produced. When we look into the number reports on status of disclosures for judges, registrable interest produced, we produce 2 annually. The quarterly breakdown for the judicial education conducted for SAJE first quarter, it's 35, and we look at 45. We then, based on the periods, have targets lower targets there because of Q3 and Q4 rather. There are number of holidays and festive breaks. As a result, the target then is aligned to the annual schedule and to take into consideration such breaks. For the development of production of the newsletter, judicial education newsletters, we have targeted 3. Again, for the same reasons, we have not targeted for Q3 due to the festive breaks and interruptions, and also the availability of resources in terms of human resources when some of the officials also do go on leave because of the breaks in terms of the study leaves and the like. I have indicated that for the litigations, we produce 5 reports, and this is the breakdown. Q4 will have 2 targets to the annual report that is being produced as well. Chair, in part D, quickly is to reflect on the indicators in alignment to the strategic risks of the organization. We have, when we were also going through our strategic planning processes, identified key risks in order to ensure that we are able to mitigate them and we ensure delivery in an achievement of our targets and our outcomes. The first one talks to some of the challenges within ICT, that as we have indicated that it is our strategic partner, that we might not be able to fully support the department in terms of the driver of automation. And as an organization, we see it fit that we also identified key risk mitigation to assist the organization to ensure that in terms of automation, in terms of the projects in our ICT strategy and digitization and supporting the modernization of courts, we have then made an investment in terms of our ICT projects, and that is in terms of the financial resources and some of the indication in terms of the CARA funding in this area, which also the CFO will talk to. And we have to ensure, again, as an organization, that we implement our recently approved ICT strategy. For financial sustainability, we also looked into, with the injection in terms of CARA funding, prioritization of our key projects, and to ensure that the projects that have been identified for CARA are also implemented, and that what has been a challenge in terms of financial sustainability, we'll have to ensure that we are implementing based on the resources that we have received as an organization, which again, the area that has been alluded to where the shortfalls, where there are continuous engagement with the National Treasury to request for budget. We also anticipated when we were developing this plan, the disruption of services, not only due to the transfer of shared services, but also looking into our BCM strategy, the disruption in terms of the power outages, as well as the interruption in terms of the water supply. So to ensure that we are, as an organization, always ensuring that there's little disruption in terms of our services, especially at the courts. Firstly, with the area in the transfer of shared services, we looked into the project plan. As we move into phase 2, the work continues in terms of ensuring that we ensure sustainability with the transfer of shared services, and we monitor that also by looking at the SLAs with the service providers, and ensure that in terms of the project plans that have been implemented and approved, that looks at the human resource skill requirements, they are implemented as well. But to also manage the implementation of contracts, especially at service centers, I also have alluded that it is important that we establish a forum to monitor the CARA funding to ensure continuity in all of these projects. We also we alluded to our security strategy and ensuring that there is no any compromise in terms of the physical security for the courts. As a result, then part of the implementation of the initiatives is just also from a risk mitigation point of view to enhance the capacity of security personnel at the courts, to enhance electronic security system in the courts, promote gradual transfer of functions and resources. With regards to improved court efficiency, we have identified a strategic risk which looks at inadequate administrative support to ensure court efficiency. And we looked into, with the implementation of the phased judicial independence project plan, we also look into, with the transfer of shared services in this area of court administration services, to ensure that we adhere to the project plans. Again, there was CARA funding in terms of the library services and court digitization. These are some of the key projects that will also be implemented, but to ensure that we monitor this transfer of shared services and ensure that there is a little disruption in terms of court administration services as well. Lastly, we looked into enhanced judicial performance. In terms of the key risks, there is the non-compliance with the SAJA Act and the enabling legislation. There are mitigations in place and policies to ensure the alignment and practice to the SAJA Act. These are mitigations at a high level, but in the document we do also reflect to other mitigations to ensure that we identify these areas of non-compliance within SAJA and align them to the policies and practices to ensure that as an organization we mitigate this risk. Chair, let me pause there and hand over to the CFO, who will be then looking into the financial information. Thank you.
Thank you so much, CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Afternoon, morning, Chair, the Honorable Minister and the honorable members. I'll start on slide 34. On slide 34, Chair, is the MTF budget for 2026. If we can adjust put the adjusted budget for 25-26, is just to indicate the budget that we've been allocated for the 26-27. For 26-27, Chair, there's been a 15% increase from the 25-26 because of the funds that the minister has spoken to the SG, even the Misebati on the transfer share services. We then received additional budget from Department of Justice for the 26-27, which is 279 million. And then going forward, also we then received for each financial year, which totals to the amount of 880. Chair, on the voted funds, we can see that we have increased from 1.6 to 2 million, even to the MTF, and then on the judges' salaries, the increase is not significant like the ones on the voted funds. One of the major increase we received as OCJ is on the COE and also on goods and services, which also is because of the for goods and services is on shared services. On capital assets share, we also received, as before we presented, the funds for these vehicles for judges, where we are doing outright purchase, which will present how we performed when we do the annual report. So the 15% also that I've indicated, it's because of that shared services that we received increase in 26-27. On the next slide, Chair, is just to indicate that our budget, which was 2.953, and then it was based allocated as per 1.6 billion for voted funds, and then for judges remuneration 1.13, which is for salaries and also for gratuities. As we indicated, the milestone that we have achieved is for the phase 1 that has been transferred to OCJ. which indicates that OCJ has received 279 million for 26-27, which includes facilities, management, security services, virtual library services, ICT, court recording technology to support the OCJ, which OCJ will now going forward start to do their procurement. The contract has been transferred to OCJ. We are still ledging on some of the contracts with DOJ will end around the financial year, but OCJ will then start to do their own procurement as we have already received the funds. On the next slide here is just the projections of the funds. We can see on facilities, we then have 196, leases is 54, accommodation charges is 15 million, municipal services is 74 million, capital works is 48 million, plant maintenance is 3.4 million, security services is 52, 300 million, virtual libraries is 28, and then on ICT fix, which is for CRTs and SOS is 3 million, which totals to 279 million, which for the MTF, the total is 883 for these funds. What we've indicated here, there were issue of shortfalls, which we've agreed and identified to say DOJ also they had shortfalls. So what we then agreed, OCJ will start their own process, but after the first quarter, we'll then use the first quarter as a benchmark to indicate and to see if indeed how much will then be our shortfalls, which we can use as a projection to then request funding from Treasury during the MTF. On the next slide, Chair, is the CARA funding, which the Minister has spoken to, and the ASG. The CARA funding is 127,834, which the 60,900,000 is for security services, backup, water supplies, and also for generators. The court recording SOS and user devices, which includes laptops and devices for the judges, is 32,954,000. Digitization of court files is 30 million. Capacity for judicial officers for SAJ, which is for training, is 3.9, which then come to the total of 127,834, which we received from CARA. And then on the next slide, Chair, is as we said, compared to the estimated expenditure of previous years on shared services, the demand for shared services will exceed the budget allocated for shared services. The OCJ has determined that its expenditure need for the shared services for financial year will be 337 after applying the CARA allocation for once-off expenditure. The budget transfer, which is 279, which results as a shortfall of 57 million for 26-27. This envisages a shortfall which will represent 1.5 of the total budget of 3.4 billion. OCJ will use the MTF process to address the expected shortfall in order to cap any adverse impact on the support of the judiciary. Thank you, Chair. That's the end of my presentation.
Chair and members, the presentation by the OCJ was now presented by both colleagues. The OCJ is ready to take questions from the members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Acting Secretary General and all the colleagues. Members, can we interact with the presentation? I only see Honorable Klopper and Honorable Swart. Let's start with Honorable Klopper, then we'll take you, Honorable Swart, after Honorable Klopper.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the Office of the Chief Justice for the presentation. Chair, I don't have too many questions. I would just like to find out, I'm concerned, as with another report that will be presented to us today, that this office has achieved clean audits, 23 and 24, 24, 25, yet we've slipped to unqualified audit opinions now. This office has a higher standard to meet, Chair, and the aim to should be able to achieve clean audits. That should be the benchmark. So I would just like to know, why is there this slippage backwards, and what prevents it from slipping further than that? Chairperson, then I would like to know, there is a backlog of 1,657 outstanding reserve judgments. 300 of them are in the last 6 months. Yet there does not seem to be any, in this APP, a target on reserve judgments. I would like to know, why is that? Because that is an accountability tool. Chairperson, under Program 3 of Judicial Education and Support, for the last 3 to 5 years, the OCJ spent or has set targets producing 2 monographs a year in judicial education. Each year, the OCJ achieved 100% on this indicator. But in the 26-27 APP, the OCJ has dropped this indicator and introduced a new one, including reports and litigation. So how soon can the OCJ deliver on to Parliament the 6 research monographs produced in the last 3 years, and do these monographs even exist? And what informed the OCJ changing its targets to a more difficult target of producing research monographs to an easier target of litigation reports? Then, Chair, I would just like to find out, in slide 36, I hope I'm on the correct slide, yes, I think it's 36 and 37. So the allocated budget of the ICT fixed maintenance and support costs, CRT and SOS courtrooms, is set at a plus minus 3 million. And here I would like to know, does this really do justice to this item? Court recording technology machines are obviously essential, and obviously, or what I've noticed in my undertaking oversight, that seems to be one of the problematic parts within the court, something that does hamper a little bit, cause backlogs and so forth. And this is due to a lot of them breaking, becoming outdated and so forth. When I've been to courts, many officials have said it takes weeks to fix, and this does obviously raise a bit of concerns. So I just want to understand if there's an effort to replace these with modern court recording audiovisual solutions. I think it's a CRAB system. And what is the aim in the 26-27 financial year on this? And I know my question's a bit all over the place, but I just wasn't understanding this 100%. The next slide, I think it was slide 37, kind of also speaks to this. And I'll get to that in a second, because the KPIs set for the court recordings were set at 93%. And what I would really want to know is, does the budget then align with this KPI? Because the budget doesn't seem very big on that specifically. If I go to the question 37, and this is why I'm not understanding 100%, and this is maybe where you can clarify me, Chair, is, well, first of all, I'd just like to, express gratitude to the QARA funds that have been allocated to assist with many of the things. And I think it goes back to my questions. I think the first item there was upgrading court security infrastructure, backup water supplies, replacing the backup supplies. I would just want to know in that one specifically, how many courts will benefit from this? I think it was 61 million. Where are these courts? Many courts in Mpumalanga, Chairperson, are facing, especially in the rural areas, really do face challenges with water. Not the courts, the whole area, but then obviously the courts then suffer due to that. So obviously it's a problem on a local level, but the courts are then affected by that. So, with the supply of the backup and the water, there's 61 million. I've done a few courts, and I've been to very many courts in Chief Albert Lutuli and in Mpumalanga, and we do see this problem. So I'd just like to know, how does that benefit all the courts, and who will it benefit? The second one, which relates to the first part of the question, was the court recording technology. And there was 32 million, I think it was approximately 32 million or 33 million in this this item of the court recordings. So I just want to know, is that why that first one is only at 3 million, and because it will be covered partially by this? And then the last item was the 30 million on the digitization of her court files. I just want to know, what improvement will it bring? Because there's no real percentages to say, listen, it's increasing our footprint by so much, or I'm not understanding how this or what this money would be used for. How does it change the percentages? Or what is the outcome of this? And then lastly was the capacity building of judicial organized crime, money laundering. And I think that item was set at 4 million. And I just want to make sure, Chairperson, would that actually make a difference? Because 4 million in this, will it even make a dent? Chairperson, and then I would like to find out, the presentation reflects a shortfall, I think it was right at the end, of 57.4 million, and I might have just missed a piece here, which is contextualized as 1.5% of the total budget. From an oversight perspective, Chairperson, materiality is determined not only by the percentage, but where is the pressure then? Where's the what impact? At what part of the OCJ does this 57 million impact the most? Could the Office of the Chief Justice clarify which specific components of shared services are affected by the shortfall, and whether this includes like critical areas such as the ICT, court administration, judicial support, sorry. And further, what would be the direct operational impact on court functioning if this shortfall is not addressed within the current financial year? I just want to see, I might have one more here, Chair. I just want to understand the 888 million that was reflected in February's speech by the Minister, and it would be transferred. How does it reflect into this presentation? If the CFO could maybe just expand on that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Klopper. Honorable Swart.
Thank you, Chair, and morning to you, morning to the Minister, DM, and the acting SG and the staff from the Office of the Chief Justice. Thank you for the presentation. May I firstly just thank the Minister for the introductory comments. I think it's very encouraging, the progress that has been made with the move towards the independence of the judiciary model. That progress is significant, particularly with the shifting of funds and functions. And I think we should commend the executive and the Minister for that step in the right direction. Check, may I just say on that phase, it's very important, and the Minister did indicate that she is meeting regularly with the Chief Justice and the heads of courts to ensure that there is a seamless provision. What we don't want to see is a negative impact on the courts and access to justice. And I'm sure that all steps will be taken also with the acting SG and the Office of the Chief Justice to ensure that doesn't occur. But Chair, I think just from our perspective, it might be wise again, as we've often indicated, to have that meeting that we anticipated meeting, and I quite understand due to work pressure, it might not have been able to take place last year, but this year with the Chief Justice and heads of court. I think that's also important, without undermining in any way the good work that the Minister is doing. But I think that engagement, that is a courtesy engagement to discuss matters of mutual interest. It's not an oversight function from our side at all. It is to discuss matters of mutual concern. I think, may I just ask the question, as one considers this move, and I am fully aware that this is, it's a complicated process. I think the Deputy Minister pointed out yesterday, there's a lot of thought that needs to go into this. As we understand it, at the moment, the Office of the Chief Justice is a state department, and it will move to outside the public service and be fully functional, almost like other offices, like possibly Chapter 9, the Office of the Auditor General, totally outside of the public service. That would be the end goal, where you would have the Chief Justice heading the judiciary, and you'd have the SG as the accounting officer, who would then come to Parliament. Just as Parliament is a separate entity, and that is the end goal. That having been said, in this transitional phase, I'm trying to understand how the concerns of the Chief Justice at this stage, where she's indicating that she does not have input, and that was last year, into the budget process for the judiciary. How can, in this transition process, how can the Chief Justice, and I'm not saying the Office of the Chief Justice now, the Chief Justice and heads of court have a greater input into the budget process? And correct me, I might be wrong, Minister, you might say they already are having an input into that, and we already see the shift of certain functions. But that is a significant concern that I think in this transition phase that needs to be addressed. Now, at the same time, when we as Parliament ask questions about court performance, court management, case roles, of the Office of the Chief Justice at this stage correctly would say that's in the hands of the judiciary, and the judiciary gives its annual report, and a lot of those issues are covered there. I wanted to ask then the unit in the Office of the Chief Justice, it's called the unit, Case Flow Management Unit within the Office of the Chief Justice. What does that do at the moment? I presume it relates mainly to administrative functions where default judgments, taxations, those type of issues which are done largely administratively in the court and not when it comes to judicial functions. But one presumes at a certain stage that the case flow management unit will then fall directly under the Chief Justice when it's an independent unit. I just needed clarity in that regard. Minister, I want to also welcome the fact of the appointment of the acting judges in the interim whilst we await the Masaneke report, the implementation of the rationalization, and the 20% additional judges, the 50 additional judges, 20%. And we appreciate the issue of the infrastructure that will be needed. And I think, Chair, this is where we need to come in as well. Parliament, at the end of the day, appropriates, finalizes the appropriation bill. And I think you indicated yesterday that you were considering meeting with the Appropriations Committee, Honorable Dr. Muzimane. And I think it is critical in this transition phase that we also step up to the plate to assist both the executive, the minister, as well as the Chief Justice, as well as the Office of the Chief Justice, to say in this transitional phase, we have to ensure that sufficient funds are given to the judiciary, given the fact that at this stage, the Chief Justice herself does not engage with National Treasury, and there is a dire need for additional judges and courts, given the economic impact that it has on our nation when cases are not speedily disposed of. And Chair, I want to speak specifically to the outstanding court rolls, the backlogs where one has to wait up to 5 years in the Gauteng courts in particular. Justice delayed is justice denied. It has a very negative impact on our economic well-being, economic growth, and that was one of the reasons why President Ramaphosa announced the commercial courts to speed up commercial matters. And I think that is a critical aspect that we from Parliament need to support, but we need to ensure that funds are obtained. And then, Chair, that brings me to the shortfall that was alluded to as well by Honourable Kloppers. We cannot allow at this stage the Office of the Chief Justice and the judiciary to have to rely on additional CORA funding when their funding is insufficient. And whilst we welcome that additional funding, and we know the Minister is doing her very best to get as much funding as possible for the judiciary, it's just not right that the judiciary, which is an equal arm of state, as Parliament, the judiciary, and the executive, that the judiciary has to go short when it comes as a separate and equal arm of state and has to negotiate with National Treasury, and is probably met with the argument that there are insufficient funds. Chair, I think that is, I feel very strongly about that. The next question that I didn't quite understand was, in the slides, there was a slide relating to external factors, one of which related to the economy, which is quite correct, that relates to budget, but there was an external factor related, which said political factors affecting the OCJ and access to justice. Could I just have a further explanation on that? Political factors. Now, when I step back, I'm deeply concerned at some of the criticism and attacks that have been made on members of the judiciary by high-level political figures. And I would suggest that this political factors could also include those type of, yes, criticism is permissible, but when members, judges, or magistrates are accused of racism without a basis to that, there's forums for that. There's the Magistrates Commission, where if there is a founded complaint, or the Judicial Services Commission, it can be investigated. But to make those type of public comments, I think, is not to be accepted, as it is the independence of the judiciary that is impacted. In addition to that, we obviously also see allegations of corruption against members of the judiciary, which are equally concerning. Chairperson, I think for now, I have covered the issues, but maybe one last quick comment, and that is from the magistrate side, we had inputs to the portfolio committee from the Association of Regional Magistrates. We are aware of the unhappiness that resulted even in litigation in 2024. And so I think that is an element that we also need, from our perspective, to engage more directly. And I fully appreciate the Minister's comments that in this transitional process, it's not possible to include the magistracy yet due to consultations that need to be take place. But I think we need to be aware of the unhappiness of members of the magistracy when we consider the budget process as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Swart, and we fully agree. Honorable Mutaung.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. Chair, let me join my colleagues by welcoming the presentation and indicate that the Minister's introductory remarks answered many of my questions. Only few issues that I still want to get clarity on. Minister, I just want to check, how does the OCJ plan to manage the risk of service delivery interruptions during the transition of this shared service? Secondly, what expected shortfall in the shared service budget? And then the third one, what is the OCJ target for female representation at the senior management? Lastly, what is the minimum vacancy rate the department aimed to maintain in this financial year? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlala.
No, thanks so much, Chairperson. Let me take an opportunity and greet the Minister and the department, members of Parliament that are in this meeting. Chairperson, I'm too much concerned, man, of the labor delayed judgment, even in labor court, in appeals court. We're having a very problematic situation. And when you go to this meeting, you'll be told that you must speak to Chief Justice. You go to everywhere you go, there's no accountability. It get always to be deferred to Chief Justice. I think the OCJ, as the administrator working under the Chief Justice, must be able to respond us on this thing. Every time when we wake up, we are getting calls everywhere around this thing of delayed judgment. People have been expelled or dismissed by employers unfairly so. The judgments are being delayed forever. When are we going to get response on this thing of delayed judgment? It's not only in labor courts and labor appeal courts. In even a criminal court, judgments are getting delayed. The same applies to this one of Phala. The Chief Justice promised that he'll release that report. Yet that commitment has not yet been materialized. To be honest, Chairperson, this undermines public trust in the judiciary and raises serious concerns about selective judgment or selective justice. You look at the person, you say this one, you can release just judgment because, or you can, this one, because it's just a person. And certain people, they can't account. So we need that judgment. So my question is, how does the Office of the Chief Justice justify presenting an annual performance plan that claims efficient, effective, and accessible justice for all, when workers in labor courts and labor appeal courts are denied timely judgment? And when the Chief Justice's own promise to release the Phala report remains unfulfilled, is this not evidence that the OCJ is failing both in its constitutional mandate and its moral duty to uphold transparency and justice without fear or favor? I pause there, Chairperson. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tlala. And I was going to be disappointed on you if you don't raise the issue of the Labor Appeals Court. I know your passion with that one.
Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Tlala. Acting SG.
Chair, thank you, and thank you to the members for these questions. I'm going to ask my colleagues to assist me. But to start off, Chair, I think we should just highlight that in 2018 already, the judicial performance was delineated from the administration performance, and hence the judiciary is accounting and reporting to the public once a year at the annual Judiciary Day, where members of this committee is also invited to share their concerns directly with the judiciary. So in that sense, Honourable Chair, I am not mandated to discuss the judicial performance, as we will leave it for the annual Judiciary Day that is being arranged. Chair, let me go to Honourable Klopper's questions. And I want to touch on the CARA funding as well as CRT and SOS machines and systems. Yes, the 3 million that was transferred from DOJ is only for maintenance and not replacement. Luckily, we did receive CARA funding to ensure that we can replace and refurbish then 17 courtrooms that is currently not effective or functional due to the lack of CRT machines. So in that sense, our once-off funding will assist us to have 17 more courtrooms functional, and then the 3 million will be used for maintenance, regular maintenance, and we will determine the shortfall through our operational expenses. It is correct that we can already foresee a shortfall, and we will have to plan carefully with the spending trends of our allocated funding. We are modernizing our courts. CRAS is one of the systems, and if I'm correct, it's currently still with CETA, but as in the interest of economies of scale, the OCJ will still latch on to certain contracts currently within the DOJ domain, as it is more cost effective than to procure our own. However, certain contracts have lapsed, and we will start our procurement in a separate time frame. Chair, let me, the court administration, and our DDG can maybe add here. Our administration is currently responsible for the quasi-judicial functions of our courts, and case flow management is dealt with by the judiciary. There are various oversight committees that we are supporting in order for the judiciary to manage the case flow management. There are furthermore stakeholder relation committees such as our DECs, PECs, and then our NEC, National Efficiency Enhancement Committee, chaired by the Chief Justice, and where all stakeholders are represented to deal with issues of mutual concern and to resolve challenges so that we can ensure service delivery to our public in general. So those are three major committees that all stakeholders are part of. Chair, let me see. Okay, so I've dealt with the reserve judgments that will form part of our judiciary report. In a similar line, the delayed judgments in the Labour Appeal Court also form part of judicial performance. However, the Minister has already alluded to the appointment of at least 50 judges, which will definitely relieve that pressure on our courts. The challenge for the administration will be to support those 50 appointments with support staff. And for that, Honourable Chair and members, we will definitely have to look at an NTF submission to Treasury depending on the number of appointments made. Chair, with your permission, let me hand over to CFO and Sajay to provide their input, and Advocate Lanley if there's anything else you would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On the issue, Honourable Slaughter indicated unqualified. OCJ had 23, 24, and 24, 25. It was a clean audit, but 25, 26, we only started the process of audit, which the audit outcome has not yet been announced. So on the issue of the budget shortfalls, because SG has addressed the issue of CRT machines, the shortfall that is indicated of 57 million, it will mostly affect the security services and also on the library services. That's where we have identified even the maintenance that SG has already indicated on the CRT machines. Hence, we said after the first quarter, is then we can identify how much are we going to spend for each of these streams that has been transferred to OCJ. Then based on that, we can have proper figures, because these figures, we couldn't get the historical expenditure from DOJ. Hence, we had to then come up with the figures going forward to identify how much we can then identify as a shortfall. So the correct figure we can only identify after the spending from the first quarter. On the issue of the 880, it was the budget that we received, additional budget during the 2025 MTF, of which it still was to cover the issues of COE, which was to fill on the cost of living adjustments, and also to ensure we fill the posts that were previously funded. Also for goods and services, also on travel and subsistence. When SAJA did trainings, it was to increase their budget for training, including the Judicial Service Commission, because they also, when they hold this, the sittings, they were overspending. So most of the budget, it was to address those issues. And then also for the court online, they've also give us court online Microsoft licenses to pay for that, for operating leases for the judges' vehicles, and also for judges' vehicles for outright purchase. So most of the 880 was for the MTF to address those shortfalls that we had in the previous years. I think that's all I've captured from my side. Thanks. Yeah.
Thank you, SG. Honorable members, I'm answering on the issue of the research monograph. Since 2022 to date, we as SAJA had developed 7 research monographs. Research monographs are a single title focused research tool to be able to analyze the work that we have done. And the idea of this assessment, we had done an assessment of the research monograph and what value does it give to us as SAJA, and all those that we have done, none of them have directly informed any development of new causes. Hence, we felt that it's a waste of our resources. Our judiciary and output in regards to now the feedback with regards to causes that we have done, we get much better value in the cause evaluation that happens at the end of every training as it happens, instead of waiting to collate all this information and do 1 or 2 research monographs. In fact, we have then taken those resources so that we can do a better focused work in our newsletter that is still a remaining target on the APP, as well as then our South African Research Journal, which is what is giving us academic value and quality as an education institution, because it attracts input from the academia, practice, as well as then the judiciary. Therefore, it serves no tangible enhancement to our judicial training content. And without this demonstrable impact, we have then, and not getting any intended outcomes from it, we thought we will not continue with the implementation of the project in its current form, as we are duplicating efforts, as these already come in much faster and better value in terms of programs evaluation at the end of each course. Thank you, SG.
Chairperson, before I hand over to our acting DDG, we should note that the OCJ really welcomed the suggestion of the portfolio committee meeting with the heads of court as per previous practice. I don't think that was done recently, but I recall meetings with the heads of court, and we should engage on that matter further. Just to also confirm, Chairperson, that the Chief Justice, our Minister, as well as the Minister of Finance, has met at least twice or thrice to discuss issues of mutual concern and funding constraints. And it is the result of those.
Acting SG, please leave policy matters to me. Deal with operational issues.
Thank you, Minister. I'll hand over then to ADDG. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I will be responding on the questions around CARA funding for the digitization project, but continued support to the judiciary on library services, and augment what the ASG has mentioned in terms of the court administration unit at the OCJ. In terms of the CARA funding for the digitization project, honourable members and chair, the OCJ is responsible for storing all case files, criminal and civil case files that has been to the courts. These are stored manually at our courts, and it is paper-based. Since the introduction of Court Online, all civil files are now in the cloud and digitally available. However, we know that this project has been rolled out over the past 2 to 3 years, and all files prior to that is manual. Now, the OCJ has made a business case previously to digitize the most critical of these files. 3 years ago, the business case was approved, and the costing was in the region of 220 million for the most critical of files. However, the project never went any further because there was no budget for it. With the CARA funding project of 50 million rand that has been afforded to the OCJ will partner with Stats SA in order to prioritize the most critical of these files and start the project of digitization of court files for the period 2002 to 2018 at the Pretoria and the Johannesburg divisions. It will not cover all the files, but it will make inroads, and it will give us a footprint in order to see what other projects we can implement to continue with the digitization of all files that needs to be digitized.
Thank you.
In terms of library services, we continue to partake in the contract that has been concluded by the DOJ for the next 2 to 3 years, and we will continue to provide the judiciary with a service of access to all the legal research that they need. And in terms of the court administration unit, it is not only a case flow management unit, but it also supports the judiciary. And a further important aspect of this unit is that it also assists the judiciary in collating all stats for the judiciary in terms of judicial performance, which is then collated into the annual judicial report. Thank you.
Honourable Chair, I think the member, Honourable Motoing, has asked about the vacancy rate, which is indicated in our slides as less than 10%, whilst the representativity at SMS is 50% for females, and we're exceeding that target currently. The risk of service interruption is mitigated through continuous monitoring and measurement of our 6 new indicators, and we have also started with an active change management program, so to empower our officials to support the judiciary during this transitional period. DDG Mukhale, are you sorted? Thank you. I think lastly it's Ms. Sabati on the questions related to the strat. Is that correct? Please.
Thank you, ASG. I think the question was in relation to how we approached the external factors, in particular the political factors affecting the OCJ and access to justice. What we looked into as the organization is the OCJ in relation to alignment to the priorities of the the government of national unity, and we looked at also international frameworks. This is detailed in our APP, but also looked into the transition to institutional independence and the work that has been done and how it affects the OCJ, looking into phase 1 and looking also into phase 2 in terms of the work that still needs to be done. And we have articulated that both in the internal and external environment. So those are the two political factors that we as the OCJ focused on in relation to this aspect using the PESTEL analysis tool. Thank you, Chair.
Chairperson and members, I think we've dealt with all the questions. Kindly highlight if we have inadvertently omitted anything. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Acting SG. Minister.
Chair, should we allow the DM to say something first before I come?
Yes,
Thank you.
DM.
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much, Minister and members and officials. Greetings to all. I think just very briefly, and I just want to focus on two areas which the Minister has delegated to me, and that is firstly the magistracy and secondly the South African Judicial Education Institute. And I think in terms of the magistracy, I just want to make the point that the perspective that government has taken on the movement towards the judiciary-led court administration model is that must go hand in hand with the movement towards a single judiciary. So in a very real sense, that is part and parcel of one integrated process. It might focus on different areas, but it is nonetheless very intimately interconnected and intertwined. And I think it is extremely significant that this process is unfolding and unfolding at the pace that it is under the leadership of the Minister, acting on the direction given by the President in this 30th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution, because I think it is a major step forward in our constitutional development to give the judiciary as an arm of the state the full independence and status that it deserves, along with the executive and the legislature. And in his announcement, I think it's worth recalling that the President made an explicit comparison between the judiciary and parliament in terms of institutional independence, saying that we need to move to a situation where the judiciary, just like parliament, has control over its own budget, the appointment and the management of its staff, their conditions of employment, etc. But I think just to brief the committee that towards the end of last year, as this process was really getting underway and moving into a higher gear, the Minister requested me to facilitate an engagement with the Chief Magistrates Forum and the Regional Court Presidents Forum, at which we briefed them on the roadmap to the process, the progress that had been undertaken, the phases that would be involved. And as a result of that, the chief magistrates and the regional court presidents established a 10-a-side to formulate their own proposals regarding a single judiciary and a judiciary-led court administration model. They have provided that document now. That document has also been provided to the Chief Justice. And I think it is a small yet very, very significant landmark that at the last Heads of Court, I think for the first time, we had a representative of the Chief Magistrates Forum and the Regional Court Presidents Forum present. So indeed, in a very real way, we are moving towards a single judiciary. And I think it was the Honourable Swart who I think might have misunderstood the minister, because I didn't hear the minister saying that the magistracy are out of the process. I think what she was saying was that the magistracy are very much part of the process now. What remains to be answered is, do we move with one big bang, or do we set in place a framework that allows for a phased or incremental implementation of a single judiciary? And I think those are some of the complex matters that we're going to have to deal with. On that score, I also just want to say, I think the Honourable Swart raised the issue of the concerns raised by the Association of Regional Court Magistrates. I think those concerns fall into a number of broad categories. Firstly, there were immediate concerns around remuneration and giving effect to the recommendations of the Remuneration Independent Commission. Those have been dealt with. At least that's been implemented. Parliament has voted upon that. There is the more complex issue of the so-called major review, which the President referred back to the Independent Commission to look at further. But there were also a number of issues raised by ARAMSA, such as recognition of magistrates as judges. And those are issues that can only be dealt with in the context of the movement towards a single judiciary and the legislative framework that will be necessary for that. So I think just to give members the assurance that we are very mindful of the concerns raised. Some of them have been dealt with. Others are the subject of a review process or the review of a review, and others are part of this movement towards a single judiciary. I would welcome and support fully the proposal of a dialogue between the Portfolio Committee and the Chief Justice and the heads of court. I think it's a very necessary conversation. Some of the issues that members have raised around the accountability for judicial performance are the very issues that we are going to have to grapple with as we develop that model, court administration model, and decide who is accountable for what to whom, bearing in mind also the unique position of the judiciary as an independent judicial arm of the state. Chairperson, lastly, just with regard to the South African Judicial Education Institute, I think just two brief issues. The first is I had the benefit of addressing a gathering of newly appointed regional court magistrates as they were embarking on their introductory course. And I hope that at some stage the Portfolio Committee will also be able to engage directly with Sajay and maybe even also have the benefit of attending some of those courses. I must say I was extremely impressed. It was almost a month-long introductory course, full-time. The curriculum was absolutely breathtaking, really dealing on many of the issues that are of major concern to South Africans at the moment. Very strong emphasis on gender-based violence, very strong emphasis on a range of corruption and commercial crimes, things like illegal mining, poaching, and a variety of other crimes. Very thorough, very comprehensive. But we would want to appeal to the committee to look critically at the resources that have been made available to Sajay and how that impacts on the potential developmental role that Sajay can play. The Minister and I would dearly like to see a situation where those aspirant judges and magistrates who have indicated a desire to move in that direction can also be put in a pool that can receive some preparatory training in order to empower them for acting appointments, that we can really, in the spirit of a developmental state, really actively develop and nourish the pool of talent that is out there. But that, of course, does require resources. With that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DM Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate this opportunity to appear before the Portfolio Committee and presenting the matters in relation to the Office of the Chief Justice Department. Chair, just looking through, I think the issues raised by Honorable Klopper, Devin Klopper, are a bit difficult to answer. I know that is asking about reserve judgment, for example, and Honorable Muhlala. And I want to say, as much as members are feeling that they are frustrated, we have agreed as a country on a constitution that says there shall be a separation of powers between the executive, the judiciary, and parliament. And that's why it's inappropriate to say minister has to answer why they are reserved judgments, because that, in terms of the constitution and what has been put in terms of systems, is that the Chief Justice accounts for those. And it doesn't stop members of parliament from writing to the Chief Justice directly and asking, as head of court, not the Minister of Justice. I remember one of the issues that I think it was MK Party that wanted to see the disclosures. I said that can be made available through the Chief Justice because the registrars are there like normally it's done. So I think let's not be seen as, especially as members of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Constitutional Development, to want to embrace the Constitution principles when it favors us, when it doesn't, then we check, especially during this year, 30 years of our anniversary of the Constitution. We've got to be able to respect that. There's a reason why our forebears saw that as an important matter. And I'm happy not to account for the judicial performance because that's not within my ambit and it will be difficult. And that's why Honorable Muhlala will say, when those questions comes and she asked me, why Labour Court, there are so many reserve judgment, I will say, simply responding, I do not have a mandate legally. Neither does the Constitution give me powers to respond to such. Perhaps in terms of the engagement that is being proposed, maybe the team can be able to look at that. For example, in terms of even judgments, colleagues, a reserve judgment, or even you'd see even when we do the interviews, honorable members who serve as members of parliament, representing parliament in the JSC will tell you that judges are asked about the reserve judgments, but also Judicial Service Commission. If a member of parliament feels that this judge has not been issuing judgments within required times, they are actually legally within their rights to write to JSC and request an inquiry against that judge. So the disciplinary processes of judges is within the JSC. In terms of the process, we can follow that it's within the law. Similarly with the magistrates in terms of performance or misconduct and all those things. So I thought, let me just flag this because in a way, members were sort of flagging as if they do not have tools. There's no instruments within the country to hold the judiciary accountable, or if there's misconduct or believed to be misconduct, there's no tools to actually hold judiciary accountable. And I wanted to reaffirm that there is tools available. There are instruments within the country, legally so, to hold the judiciary available, accountable, and those should be utilized that way. Honorable Swartz spoke about the issue. Let me start here just to explain. In terms of the process, what we do before the budget, the Minister of Finance has a consultation with the judiciary, the Chief Justice with the delegation, and therefore look at the budget. So the judiciary currently determines its budget. It's not the minister who tells them this is their budget, this is your priorities. They determine their priorities, they determine their budget, working together with the team here. There are committees that have been established by the judiciary where the teams led by acting SG presents in terms of administration, for example, filling of vacancy, creation of vacancies administratively, they get involved. In the financing, budgeting, this budget will be presented to them. These are the priorities. The minister actually has a limited role in this, and that we've allowed as the executive. In terms of the processes, we've allowed in terms of the judiciary setting up the committees that they are. Even on the interviews, we have made provision, because the law does allow for the participation of the judiciary in the interview, especially of the Secretary General, who is the head. So there is no exclusion of the judiciary to determine its own program, to determine its own budget, and how it must be run, and therefore even on the accountability part of it. So what we are left to, and that's why I keep on saying that I'm happy to give away this power, because it's a limited power that you have, but you have to account. So major decisions are not made by me, but I have to account, and that's why I'm happy to say it's from the executive. We are happy to have this shared out so that there's full accountability where decisions are being made and where responsibilities are being taken. So that's the issue in terms of that. So the meeting, CJ, together with heads of courts, meets with the Minister of Finance. Like when we come to October, they will be meeting the determination of priorities they do. Thank you for the feedback and support of the work that you are doing in terms of the rationalization. That would be, I thought I should clarify those, Chair. I think the rest of the issues have been clarified in terms of the work. And I think DM as well clarified what I was meaning about the Mwepe report. Mwepe report only did evaluation and proposals to Superior Court, didn't include lower courts. That's why we had to start the process that the DM spoke about in terms of consulting magistracy, so that we can be able to see the process. The last heads of courts meeting, which was the first one where you had representatives of magistracy in the meeting, and we do believe that that would be one of the critical areas as we go forward in terms of the structures across the country, so that we allow for this process to be seamless, but also to be, and I take cognizance what Honorable Swartz is raising. It's what is our concern. We don't want the system to collapse. We don't want to wake up and say that this has not been done. Actually, when we were dealing with this in the clusters, I remember DG Makode was sharing with us how the transition of BMA happened. And he was saying, for example, there are small things that we can even forget. And he says, we had in the transition that forgotten to say who is assigned in terms of looking after the dogs and buying dog food. When you do the transition, you look at bigger things and you forget the small things. And they wake up, dogs are supposed to go sniffing in the borders, but there was no food for them. And therefore it meant operation halting on a small thing that they never thought that was critical. So he was saying to me, Minister, you've got to have a project team that pays attention to every single element of this transition, so that there's no collapse of the system, one day we wake up, there was supposed to be this was not purchased because no one paid attention to that. So you've got to have a dedicated team that focuses on the transition and protect the judiciary, but also our systems, and ensure that the access to justice is not hampered. Chairperson, with those words, thank you very much for this. We continue to remain committed and taking guidance from you as the portfolio committee in terms of your work, and also making sure that we learn from the past, all the issues that you have raised previously, so that we can effect them and be able to travel with the journey. We will be able to come as soon as you are available, or guide us just to go into detail in this thing, how we see the judiciary, single and independent judiciary-led administration. What are the areas currently of concerns, so that we don't come too late with the legislation only to find that you are not in agreement as Parliament with us. So we'll welcome that opportunity to be able to present an account in that regard. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Minister. The DM and the acting SG and the team from OCJ for those very comprehensive responses to what members would have raised. Honorable Klopper, I see your hand is up.
Myself as well, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. May I just ask one question, please, Chair?
Okay.
Chairperson, actually, thank you very much to the Minister for clarifying. And I think that the question of KPIs in this makes complete sense of what she's explaining and doesn't fall within the ambit. However, that the report comes from the OCJ on the outstanding reserve judgments. And the reason that the question gets asked isn't to assign blame to any department or anything. It's actually to find solutions. If we understand why their backlogs are there, why are there so many reserve judgments, one can try to endeavor to find solutions to that. So much has been said about the magistrates that would be appointed, the 50 magistrates. We obviously have to staff them and so forth. So that might be one method of actually fixing that reserve judgments, because it's delayed justice. And hence I was asking the question. I don't think that the KPI specifically might have then been the ideal platform to say let's measure them, because it doesn't fall within the ambit of the minister. But at the end of the day, the question is, the OCJ is sitting before us, and we know how constrained that the Justice Department is, still sitting with the ad hoc committee and so forth, many of the members. And that was the reason of raising that question. But I think we did get quite comprehensive answers from the OCJ, and while they were here, I would have wanted, if there were anything else that the portfolio committee could assist them with, that would have been great. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlala.
Thanks so much, Chairperson. I think the speaker that just spoke now shared my sentiments. But the Minister, I think you also gave us a direction, as much as we know that the Constitution is supreme, and then the Constitution, there's different, there's judiciary and also legislation and everything, and the judiciary is independent. But we are seriously very concerned, because it seems like we are running with a judiciary that is not reporting. I mean, is not accountable to anyone. I think it's something that we can discuss going further in terms of what can we do with our Constitution, because the issue of Phala-Phala is.
Yeah, you got cut on Phala-Phala, Honorable Mhlala, and it's not sabotage.
Yes, I'm saying the issue of Phala-Phala is something that is, I think everyone in this country is worried about. We get to be promised or to be told that the report will be released. Nothing is happening. And it seems like we have a Chief Justice who doesn't care anymore. We thought other Chief Justice that came before her were bad. But I'm sorry to say that I think we have someone who's very scared to take responsibility here. A woman who we thought women but this one so it's about time now.
Honorable Muthala, Chairperson, my apologies.
Yes.
I do want to caution Honorable Muthala. She is now impugning on the character of it. Yeah.
No, the problem we have is the language barrier. So we didn't really get what she was saying at the end. She used a language some of us do not understand.
Okay, that's why I'm coming in, because I want to caution her. She can't impugn on the character of the Chief Justice. The removal of the Chief Justice is subject to the House. The rules of the House do apply to to portfolio committees, I want to appeal for that, because I can't sit here and hear that and not say anything as the minister, because the Chief
Minister, I'm
Justice is
not.
not here to defend herself.
I'm not
Okay. No, that's fine.
I'm not character assassinating anyone here. I'm saying we thought the previous Chief Justice that came before here and this Chief Justice were not doing enough. But we can see we are having a problem with this one as well. Who's failing to release the judgment? It's not character assassination, it's just fact. I'm saying something that is there. The Pala report has been there for many years. It's been not been released for many years. We are still waiting. What are we waiting for? So the other thing I want to ask, Minister, is about the position, the acting position of the General Secretary. Until when are we going to have an acting General Secretary? Why are we not appointing someone who's permanent in the position to ensure that responsibility is taken? Because normally we are not saying that she's not taking responsibility. Positions of acting, people end up not doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing because they know that I'm acting. When are we going to appoint or to hire a permanent person to fill that position of the Secretary General? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Honorable Mhlala. I think the minister in her opening remarks did cover the process of recruitment of the Secretary General, on how far they have gone in terms of the recruitment process. Maybe we did not really get it, but it's fine. It will be answered, and I think. As it relates to the issue pertaining to the Pala judgment, from what we have on record, the Chief Justice did send a formal communication to the complaint raised by the leader of the EFF on the 8th of April, clarifying on the issue that they are prioritizing the matter relating to the judgment. They are to deliver the judgment within a space of a month. And if you count from the 8th of April until now, that month has not yet is not yet over. So let's allow them to deliver without casting any doubts on their intentions and stuff. But also, I think it is important, members, to take a note that the Office of the Chief Justice, since its establishment, is a national department which forms part of the executive, meant to support the Chief Justice and the judiciary. They may have limitations in relation to judicial decisions. Hence, the continued reminder that we actually have a pending meeting with the judiciary on matters of mutual interest. Honorable Swart did remind the meeting that we have long taken that decision. We got interrupted by the ad hoc committee that eroded not only members of the committee, but also the support staff of the committee. So if we are to discuss the doctrine of separation of powers, it therefore means that the department, as the Office of the Chief Justice, which is part of the executive, will have limited responses as it relates to issues of judicial decisions. Now, I want us members to park all these issues of reserved judgments, and they are a concern to all of us. We agree. Last year we're discussing, Minister, there is a judge who reserved a judgment for 12 years until he actually retired himself. The judgment was only handed down when he retired, because it kept this culture and tradition of reserving judgment. It's fine reserving judgment, because we don't want to pressurize our judiciary to issue out judgments or to hand down judgments that are of poor quality. They must apply themselves when they are to deliver judgments. But I think there must be a reasonable time expected for them to deliver that judgment. And this issue, Minister and DM, we're going to explore it properly when we have the meeting with the judiciary that will be led by the Chief Justice. So it's concerns that not only ourselves have, but also the public has. But most importantly, because we think that it's an indictment to the access to justice. But it's matters that you correctly Minister, you correctly defined how your role is different and how you are limited in actually answering the issue of delayed judgments. We are going to explore the members properly in our meeting with the judiciary. The committee secretary is actually going to confirm what date do they confirm. That does not disrupt the committee program and the parliament program that you adopted, members. So I want us to understand the limitation from that concept. That the judiciary, you had the acting SG here talking about the Judiciary Day, which is done annually to account to the public on the issues relating to how the budget is spent in the judiciary, what is the performance of the judiciary, and all those things. It's done annually by the Chief Justice. And the Constitution says the judiciary is accountable to the Constitution and the law. Hence, we've found innovative ways of having engagements with the judiciary through what we call a meeting with the judiciary on matters of mutual interest. Because our interest as public representatives is access to justice. So let's note these matters. We are going to explore them properly with those that have got the answers. And I'm worried now, it's correct that even the minister and the acting AG won't be able to answer us on some of these things. So, as we appreciate that, members, and let's thank the executive, the minister and the DM for trying to assist and trying to meet us halfway in terms of how we mitigate these issues. We have another department, members. I won't be doing any closing remarks because some members actually accused me of taking an hour when I'm doing closing remarks. So I won't be doing any closing remarks. We have got PPSA on standby. I think we want to thank you, Minister, for always availing yourself when we need you in the committee to give clarity on a number of important issues. Deputy Minister Nell, you are always available to answer and account to the portfolio committee. And we really do appreciate the commitment that you are giving. We know the portfolio committee is where the minister just decides not to come. And they get surprised in the meeting that the minister is not coming. So we want to appreciate the way at which we are working. Acting SG and the entire team of the Office of the Chief Justice, we thank you so much for the issues and the presentation, the comprehensive responses. I'm sure you would have taken note of what the members have raised, and you are going to ensure that a proper recourse is done in respect of the concerns in the report. Members, thank you so much. We are still continuing with PPSA immediately after this meeting. Minister DM, are you joining us in the next meeting?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, members.
Are you joining us or you are leaving us now? That's for support purposes.
I will join couple of minutes, Chair, and leave in
Okay.
the middle. I'll stay on.
No.
That's fine.
No,
Yeah.
no, Chairperson, this is an area that is delegated to me, so I will definitely be staying. My only challenge is that I think about 1:10 I will be taking off. So I'll stay for as long as possible, and if I could, maybe after the PPSA presentation, just be afforded a few minutes to say something from the side of the department. Thanks.
Okay. That's fine, Tim. That's fine. That's fine. Members, let's take a short break, 10 minutes break. We'll start. Let's allow the PPSA. Colleagues from OCJ, thank you so much. You may be excused. We are going to start members at 12. Let's take a 10 minutes break to allow PPSA to get into the platform. Committee Secretary, please ensure that PPSA gets connected.
Recording stopped.
for the AU rather, which we've submitted to DERCO to look into the recognition of ombudsman and public protector institutions by the AU. This will really assist in strengthening good governance, the fight on corruption at the AU level. That process is underway. And globally, the best practices which we've been able to share, those which we've also been able to receive, a number of our investigators have also gone into international trainings and best practices. And through this, we've been able to see remarkable improvement even in our own investigations and quality assurance. Chairperson, also allow me to acknowledge the contribution which the Deputy Public Protector has made. Within the very few months that she has joined us, she has really hit the ground running and showing the experience and the expertise indeed which she possesses. I've delegated to her. Her delegations are as follows: governance, which includes governance of both core business and our corporate services; complaints management and customer service. This is an area which we need to do remarkable improvements in. Performance management, which impacts on performance of the institution largely, as well as alternative dispute resolution. We have clustered the delegations in this manner so as to allow the Deputy Public Protector overall oversight throughout the institution, both on investigations, all types of investigations, as well as our corporate services. These responsibilities form part of the strategic goals of the institution and are vital to our success in properly servicing the people of this country and executing our constitutional and legislative mandate. We look forward really to her contribution. We've already seen it. It has really taken off quite a load off my shoulders, considering the time that we've spent without a Deputy Public Protector. Her leadership will contribute meaningfully to changing the lives of the people of this country and also to achieving the center of excellence which we intend achieving. Once again, wish Advocate Dube well. She's already a part of this team. She has really integrated very well. And honorable members, the APP which we are delivering today is really our pledge as an institution to serve the people of this country with integrity and excellence. And we're looking forward to what we know to be your continuous oversight and support to this institution. I thank you.
Thank you so much, PP. DPP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Firstly, let me just take the opportunity to thank the committee, not only for the platform to make a few remarks, Chair, but the confidence that the committee showed in me for the nomination of the position of Deputy Public Protector. I have, of course, Chair, during the interview, spoke at length about my experience as well as the work that one is expected to do and what I have done. So what I do want to do for these few minutes, Chair, really is to reflect on the 3 months that I've spent with the Public Protector. Now, the PP has said I have hit the ground running. What I do want to say, members, is that, in fact, this is a testament to the leadership of Advocate Dalega, that normally one is expected to take about 3 months to really acclimatize and get to know an organization. But in the PPSA, not only has the PP given very clear delegations and making sure that I know what is expected of me, but I have been provided the space, Chair, really to contribute to not only the strategic direction of the institution,
but shaping the day-to-day operations. And that to me says that in terms of what the leadership of the PP and the team, that I have been fully embraced, and I appreciate really the warm welcome, Chairperson. What it also suggests to me is that what is expected of the Deputy Public Protector in terms of the Public Protector Act, that I will then be able to ensure that we provide full support with the delegations that I have been provided. And Chair, for me, is just to give the assurance to the committee that I will remain committed and quite resolute in ensuring that the Public Protector continues to discharge its very important constitutional mandate. I joined the institution with already having deep respect for the work that the Public Protector does. But I must say that these 3 months has been quite enriching, but also very assuring, because it says that the institution has not only been able to restore the public confidence and trust in the Public Protector, and that there is still a lot more work to be done. And so, Chairperson, in the brief remarks that I'm making, I just want to once again thank the committee, but also give you my assurance and commitment in ensuring that together as the PPSA team, we will support the Public Protector in ensuring that not only do we fully execute our constitutional mandate, but that we really start to rebuild the ethical and moral fiber in the public service, as well as continue to promote good governance, Chairperson. I would want to pause here at this stage. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much, DPP. Minister, before you leave, can we allow you to deliver welcoming remarks to the DPP? Well, we know you have indicated that you'll leave. Minister? Okay. Who is going to proceed with the presentation, PP?
The CEO will proceed with the presentation. Thank you, Chairperson, if I may.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable members, good morning to yourselves. And thank you for the opportunity to present the Public Protector South Africa's annual performance plan for the year 2026-2027. I'm just going to run through the presentation outline, what it covers, but mostly is the normal stuff that's contained. The presentation has been prepared in line with the APP that has been submitted to Parliament. Starting with the purpose, as I said, the purpose is to present the APP for the Public Protector South Africa for the year 2026-27. Starting with our constitutional mandate, just to remind the members of Parliament that the Public Protector was established in terms of Section 181 of the of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, and then Section 182.
Oh, can you pause there? The presentation is not flighted.
Okay, we apologize, Chairperson.
Thank you. You can proceed now.
Is it visible now, Chairperson?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, thank you. Our apologies for that. As I was saying, Section 182(1) then of the Constitution of the Republic empowers the Public Protector to investigate improper conduct in state affairs. Section 182(4) requires the Public Protector to be accessible to all communities and persons. So it means our services must be accessible by anybody in South Africa.
Oh.
And then the Public Protector Act.
We can skip and the mission.
Okay, I can skip this. Okay. Okay, if I just remind the members, the honorable members, that we have a new vision, which is to be a center of excellence that promotes good governance and ethics in state affairs. So that's what we're aiming to achieve. I will skip through the values because they haven't changed our values, but I'll take you through the strategic focus then, priorities for this financial year. The first one is to accelerate the turnaround times and the quality of the work so that we are able to finalize the matters as quickly as possible without a delay. We also want to pay attention to the implementation of remedial action because our remedial action is binding, so we have a responsibility to make sure that there's compliance with our remedial action. We're also expanding the use of the alternative dispute resolution mechanisms, which is non-adversarial, to finalize and to resolve some of the complaints that have been reported. We're also intensifying the systemic investigation where we identify the root causes of what gives rise to the problem, to the many complaints that are reported to us. We also, on the digital space, we also using digital accessibility to ensure inclusivity of all the people in South Africa. We're using different access points for people to access us as an institution. We also want to focus on the anti-corruption mandate because we have been allocated the CARA funds that enable us now to investigate corruption-related matters. And then I won't take time just to run through some of the court rulings that informs our work as well. First, the public protector versus the speaker, the president of South Africa, which then dictates that the public protector must act within the mandate, safeguard ethical governance. The matter of the Democratic Alliance versus the Speaker of the National Assembly, which confirms the remedial action of the public protector as binding. And lastly, the mail and guardian matter, which says the public protector must actively investigate and gives us the more powers to investigate and not just watch while things happen and say, we didn't know about this, but we are given that authority to broaden our scope of investigation. Chairperson, just to take you through some of the processes, some of the internal policies that inform our work as the public protector. We have the rules, obviously, that govern the work, the manner in which we investigate the matters reported to us. We also have the public protector investigation handbook. We have the combined assurance model. We have the human capital management strategy, the change management strategy, the integrated access management strategy, as well as the digitization and litigation strategies. All these are internal policies that inform our work as the public protector. So the next slide then, Chairperson, takes us through the actual now targets for the year. And these targets are aligned to the strategy that we submitted last year, the strategic plan for the current reporting period that we submitted last year. The first outcome that we aim to achieve is the improved institutional efficiency and effectiveness. And this primarily focuses on what we're doing in the administration program to ensure that we are more efficient and effective as an institution. The first one, we want to continue to maintain our clean audit outcome, as PP has indicated. And the second one, then, it's the payment of payment for services within 30 days as required by Treasury regulations. The third one is full compliance with the BEE Act. And then we have the ERP systems, as PP mentioned, that we are deploying now the full system because we have developed all modules that we're supposed to develop. We continue with the improving efficiency and effectiveness. We have developed, as PP indicated, fully the case management system, and we have also developed the self-service portal that is linked to the case management system. However, now the priority for this year is to interface this case management system with one organ of state to enable us to quickly finalize the matters, primarily on those departments that have the high volume of complaints, like the Department of Home Affairs. We want to prioritize interfacing with them so that we're able to know what's happening on their system to finalize the matters. We also, as PP indicated, that we are developing a learning academy, and we have prioritized, we have a business case that outlines the activities that must be finalized in this year, and we aim to finalize all those activities so that we can start then implementing in the next financial year to make sure that we, at any given time, maintain skilled, sufficient people that we can recruit from as an institution. And we also have a target then to review some of the policies that are preventing us from probably operating differently from any other government department, because we want to, as we implement the Learning Academy, we also want to have succession planning. Now we need to review those policies to enable us to do succession planning as well as retention of the staff that we would have trained. Then we continue again. We have a resource hub, which is a very critical service for ourselves, because our investigators are required from time to time to do research to enable them to produce quality reports. So we have now the resource hub deployed. We are in the process of training and ensuring that everybody knows how to operate and to get information through the resource hub as they do the investigations. As PP mentioned, we are expanding our reach through the district development model, which is aligned to government's district development model, and we have identified and we'll be establishing 7 offices, and we'll ensure that they are operational by the end of this financial year. On our administration program, which is program 2, which is our core business, we have an outcome of protection of the public against conduct failure and maladministration. As the committee is aware that we investigate both maladministration, conduct failure, as well as delivery failure. So we plan to resolve 2,200 cases through investigations. Now, these are only investigations that we will do. This doesn't capture the ADR. The next target then captures then those matters that will be finalized, those complaints that will be finalized using the alternative dispute resolution. And from those that will be identified, we want to finalize 60% at least of those, because we believe the ADR is a quicker way of finalizing matters, especially matters of service delivery. And in a way, it does guarantee the implementation of the recommendations because it's non-adversarial. We also want to increase the percentage implementation of remedial action to 55% this year. Continuing on program 2, I still wanting to, on an outcome of protection of the public against conduct failure and maladministration, we also have turnaround times for the different categories of investigations, and we plan to increase from the 81% that we were at during the last reporting period to 85%, so that we make sure that we do not delay finalization of matters and increase or add to the burden that the complainants have already experienced. We also have a target for backlog because, as you are aware, every year we accumulate backlog because of the number of personnel that we have, but at the same time, due to some other factors, including the complexity of the matters, which cannot be finalized within the turnaround times, and then they extend and then they go to the backlog. So we want to finalize 80% of those matters on the backlog within this year. We also have increased the number of systemic investigations, and primarily this target is informed by the fact that we have CARA funds now, so we were able to identify more systemic investigations that we can finalize. So we moved from 2 in the previous financial year. Now we plan to finalize 5 systemic investigations, which are investigations that also determine the root cause of the complaints. Then the last program, which is program 3, our complaints and stakeholder management program. And our outcome there is to enhance accessibility of PPSA services to all stakeholders. In that regard, we plan to have 324 awareness and outreach sessions with different stakeholders, including ordinary members of communities. The second one, we want to have 40 focus interventions, as PP said. We want to expand our reach to women, youth, and people with disabilities. So 40 of those interventions will just focus on those vulnerable groups. Then the other one is percentage of complaints resolved in line with the Public Protector Customer Service Charter. We have been receiving a number of complaints about the pace at which we respond to the complainants. So we decided to bring this onto the APP so that we're able to track our rate of response to the complainants so that we can improve. So we are doing this to make sure that we can hold ourselves accountable as well in terms of how soon or how quickly do we respond to the complainants. Continuing on that program, as we said, in line with our vision, we want to promote good governance and ethics in state affairs. We plan to have 10 good governance interventions implemented in the current financial year. Over and above the 10 good governance interventions, the other target then is 10 bilateral and multilateral engagements between PPSA and organs of state. This is normally where PP would go out and have community engagements together with those charged with providing services within the communities, either being municipalities or specific government departments. So we plan to have 10 of those in different provinces for this year. Whilst we provide services, we also have opened a number of digital platforms to ensure accessibility. So we are mindful of the fact that we might not actually, because this is a new target, we need to make sure that we also pay attention to those, because we know especially the youth and those people who are technologically savvy prefer using the digital platforms. That's why we deployed those digital solutions. So we want to make sure that at least 70% of these of their complaints, inquiries, and all the information that comes through digital platforms is responded to within 48 working hours. And I want to stress that 48 working hours, because we want people to be aware that the office doesn't necessarily operate over the weekends and holidays. So if you send a complaint to us, we will have 48 working hours then to respond to your complaint. And if we don't do that, then you can then hold us accountable for that as a member of the public who sent the message. We want to explain, because as I said, we have a few new targets. If you look at this threat plan, this APP is different, slightly different from the previous APP. We have included new targets. The first one being the 100% of valid invoices to be paid within 30 days. And this is to ensure that we fully comply with Treasury Regulation 8.2.3. But we also want to use this to enhance financial management within the institution so that invoices are paid within the required or the specified time frame and not extend towards a period outside the period for which they would have been budgeted. We also want to do this to maintain a positive supplier relationships, because the longer you take to pay the suppliers, the longer they become disgruntled. And in future, you find that when you issue tenders or bids for work, then you do not get the necessary responses because people don't want to do business with you as an institution. So we're trying to minimize that risk. We also want to promote transformation and ensure that we comply with the BEE Act. As I said, we already spoke about the fact that we want to interface with Home Affairs, primarily to make sure that we resolve the matters as quickly as possible without a delay. Then I've spoken as well about the Learning Academy that we're establishing, which is very critical for us to ensure that at any given time we have a pool and a capable workforce that we can recruit from and that can deliver on our mandate. And the district offices, as I said, whilst we do that, some of the offices, I need to explain that it's not going to be physical offices that operate probably on a 5 day per week, but it will be a different kind of a model that we're operating on, because we know there are so many districts in South Africa, so we might not be able to have a physical office in all the districts. So in some offices, we'll have a regional office, in others, we'll have a service point, but we need to have presence everywhere, especially in those areas where people do not have the digital enablers to be able to use all the digital platforms to access us. But they still need our services. So those offices then will come in handy for them to access the services. I've already explained why we want to target the provision of feedback to our clients within 48 working hours. It's to minimize the risk of many complaints about our own services, the public protector. Then these are the channels that we'll continue to utilize to reach out to communities and persons, the outreach clinics. We continue the social media platforms, radio shows, the government, good governance activities every year, and the awareness sessions that we'll have. And we'll continue to leverage on signing the MOUs with civil society organizations to make sure that they become our ambassadors on the ground as well. And they become the people that can be approached by communities to assist, to lodge complaints, or to get information from the public protector. On the other hand, we will continue to operate our normal offices, which is head office, the office in every province, our digital access points, and the drop boxes where we still have them. Over and above that, we are also deploying, as part of our digital access points, we'll be deploying kiosks that people can utilize. They operate like an ATM. You go to it, you operate it like an ATM, and then you can lodge your grievance using that kiosk. On the human rights, on human resources side, as PP has indicated, our structure still does provide for 567 positions, 567 posts, and we only have about 353, between 353 and 358 funded, so we still have 209 unfunded posts, all in all. So, which is a challenge, and the challenge is that, as PP explained, when you look at the next slide then, which talks to our finances, we had an allocation for the current financial year, which is 1, 2, 4, on column 4, which indicates 2026-27. That's our allocation, which is 411. It's 411,877,000. And the split thereof is that 38% of that budget, which amounts to 155.3 million, goes to administration, and the bulk then goes to our investigations branch, which accounts for 230.9, which is 56% of this budget. And then our complaints and stakeholder management is the least allocated, which with 25.6 million, constituting 6% of the total budget. And why PP was saying our budget is actually, our baseline is diminishing, is that as if you look at the initial allocation that was given to us in 2020, as per the allocation letter in 2023-24, for the current financial year the allocation was 426 million. But then there was a 10% cut on the baseline of 41 million rands, which amounts to 10% of the total allocation for PPSA, which leaves us then with 385 million. And then with the last year's Appropriation Act, the Minister of Finance appropriated an additional 25 million to the public protector, which takes us to 411 million. So when we look at what we are supposed to have, it's actually far less than what we were supposed to get. We're supposed to be at 426, were it not for the 10% cut. Now we end up with the 410 million rands, which doesn't really help us to increase the capacity, and we envisage to increase the capacity to be able to do more work as a public protector. So, but we continue to engage with an additional treasury in that regard to ensure that we get an understanding and try to get the baseline corrected. Over and above that allocation, we were also allocated, Chairperson, my apologies if I can just have a sip of water. We were allocated 48.2 million rand in the year 2023-24, 2024-25, 2023-24, which was 2024-25, which was the first year of this allocation. I must say, we started very slow in terms of spending because we had to make sure that we lay a proper foundation before we can jump into spending. So year one, the spending was only about 3.6 million, which left us with 13.9 million. Then we started picking up with the spending last year, in the previous financial year, and then we ended up with 10.3 million rand spending after we were allocated another 15.2 million, which is a tranche for year 2. And then we ended the year with commitments of 11.8 million. And why these commitments? It's because we increased the capacity to investigate corruption-related matters. So we appointed, in some instances, specialists to help us with the investigations, but we also appointed a few subject matter specialists, not necessarily on a full-time basis, but on an ad hoc basis to assist us with some of the investigations. And that's why, because we signed the contracts, that's why we have those commitments of 11.8 million, which took us to 6.9 million. And then we were then allocated a further 15.3 million for the current financial year, and which we haven't actually started spending. But when you look at the second last column there, so far we've committed 12.7 million of the money that we still continuously spending on a monthly basis because we have contracts with various either specialists or with service providers that we continue to pay on a monthly basis. So all in all, from the 48.2 million that was allocated to the public protector, we spent the actual spending sitting at just over 14 million rand. And then we've committed 24.5 million, which leaves us with 9.6 million, which has been allocated for further investigations in the current financial year. So we can safely say that all this money has been committed and will be spent before the end of the financial year, which is the last year actually of the para allocation. But plans are afoot. We are working on our business case. We will be working on the business case to make sure that we once more apply for further funding, because this funding will continuously be required because we have to continue to investigating corruption-related matters, because they continue to come up, they continue to be reported to us, so we have to continue to investigate such matters. So at any given time, we will continue to have the need for investigations that are corruption related. And hence then we want to approach Treasury and the Department of Justice to secure additional funding. Chairperson, whilst we present this, we also identified a number of risks that have a potential to impact on our achievement of objectives or on our ability to execute our mandate effectively as a public protector. The first one, as we are aware, we are approaching as well the local government elections. So the political and administrative fluidity, which results, in most cases, results in delays in PPSA investigations, finalizing investigations, because then people are moved around, then we struggle to get information from the relevant people. But that also impacts on the implementation of remedial action, because sometimes people come in, when the new administration comes in, then we are not sure what has been happening. So that delays the implementation of remedial action. However, how we're going to mitigate that is that we're going to apply our enforcement rules toolkit under the rules relating to investigations of the public protector. And we'll also have structured bilateral engagements with executive authorities to secure compliance with remedial action, because it's important to get people to understand that once a report is out there, it doesn't matter who's in charge, the remedial action needs to be implemented. So if there's any misunderstanding, they need to come and discuss it with us, because probably it's new people, so that we can explain the remedial action again to them. The legislative developments, we've noted serious improvements with the process to amend the legislation, the Public Protector Act, which we really appreciate, and we will continue to actively support the finalization of the amendments to the Act. And the next one then would be the reputational risk. Should we fail to protect whistleblowers? We know the Minister has just tabled and published the draft whistleblower amendments to the Whistleblower Act, and we have provided input in that regard, to the amendments. But we will also strengthening the protection of whistleblowers through the amendment to the Public Protector Act. Next risk is the failure by the public protector to influence good governance in public administration. The residual, much as we are progressing with the implementation of remedial action, we believe that we can, as a country, we can do better in terms of correcting the wrongs. So we will continue to enforce that by building the relationships with people who are supposed to implement. As I say, sometimes it's various factors that we affect. You might find that it's new people, so we will make ourselves available to engage with those affected, those who are supposed to implement remedial action, and we'll also educate them about the benefits of collaborating with the public protector. And that's why our approach now has become more developmental. We engage a lot during the investigations to make sure that by the time you get to the process of issuing a report, there is sort of some agreement with the remedial action, because then it makes implementation easy. And lastly, then we might fail to approve, to finalize or to achieve all our targets. We're not saying it's happening and it will happen, but it is likely, considering that we still have financial constraints in terms of the budget that is dwindling by the year. But the other challenge that we're experiencing is the scarcity of specialized investigative skills in the labor market. And we have to compete with other institutions that pay more than the public protector. And that becomes a challenge for us. And our salaries as well are less competitive, as PP has indicated that we become the training ground for the SIU, because we believe their salaries are slightly higher than the public protector salaries. So people come in, we train them, and then they go and join the SIU, which is counterproductive for us. So that's why then we will be leveraging on the allocated funds, though it's a temporary stopgap mechanism because it doesn't resolve the issue of the baseline. We continuously appoint people on contract, like the specialists we appointed are on contract. So we cannot continuously rely on contract workers, because then sometimes you don't get the right people because nobody wants to take a short-term contract. So, but for now, we will leverage on that to get additional capacity to investigate. And the Learning Academy, as we said, will come in handy because we'll get people at the junior level, train them, and then upskill them so that they are able to progress career-wise within the institution without having to leave the PPSA and go to other institutions. And there is a need for us to review the remuneration structure of the public protector to try to align it to other institutions that provide the same service, because otherwise we will continue to have difficulty in attracting specialized skills and competent people. And that concludes our presentation. And Chairperson, the APP is presented to the Committee for consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson, that should be the annual performance plan of Public Protector South Africa.
Thank you so much, PP. Let's now give an opportunity to the Deputy Minister. DM, please also welcome the DPP.
Yeah. Thank you very, very much, Chairperson. I'm going to put my camera on just for a split second, already almost with one leg on the plane. But just a very, very warm word of welcome to the Public Protector and the Deputy Public Protector. I must start off by firstly commending the Public Protector for the alacrity with which she has delegated very substantial matters to the Deputy Public Protector. In that regard, I think she has acted in very much the same way as Minister Kubai, who also wasted no time in finalizing the issue of delegations. I mention that just because it is an issue of contention between some ministers and deputy ministers, and between principals and deputies generally. And I'm so happy that that has been dealt with very expeditiously, and that there seems to be a very, very tight working relationship. Secondly, just to commend the Public Protector for the leadership that she has shown, both in the institution, but also more broadly. And I've witnessed that firsthand, being part of important events such as the 30th anniversary of the Public Protector, the relaunch of the African Ombudsman Research Institute at the University of KZN, where Public Protector and Ombudsman institutions from around the entire continent and indeed the Commonwealth and the world really have been inspired by the work done by the Public Protector. I think also just to say that indeed the Minister and I have prioritized the review of the Public Protector Act to be included in our legislative program. Chairperson spoke yesterday about the importance also of us engaging more about how we can facilitate the passage of this quite substantial legislative program through Parliament and this committee. I think also just to touch upon an issue which I've raised before, and that again an appeal to the Portfolio Committee to assist in this regard, is that I think the Chapter 9 office in Parliament really would benefit from being strengthened to provide that link between the Public Protection Commission, the Human Rights Commission, and the overall work of Parliament and its committees. In that regard, I think there was a very, very significant development that took place a few weeks ago when the Public Protector addressed Cabinet and raised many of the issues and trends that emerges from the work of the Public Protector. We intend to do the same with the Human Rights Commission, so that we make sure that the Chapter 9 institutions are also impacting on the executive and the legislature. With that, Chairperson, thank you very, very much. I think just to commend the Public Protector for the ongoing work that it's doing in discharging its constitutional mandate, but I think we're particularly heartened by the efforts to ensure greater access to this important office. Thank you.
Thank you so much, DM, and safe travels.
Thank you very much.
Can we interact with the report? Honorable Glober, Honorable Swart, in that order for now.
Thank you, Chairperson, and I would just like to say thank you for the presentation. Then to the newly appointed Deputy Public Protector, we welcome you in your post. We wish you all the best in all your endeavors. As we know, it's not always an easy task. So thank you very much to you, and then also thank you to the Public Protector herself for everything you've done for this entity. It's specific, and we know it's not an easy task. Chairperson, with that, I would just go straight to the questions. Chairperson, the first thing that's really concerning is the 209 unfunded posts. Given the PP's post structure is over 500, I would just like to find out what is the impact of service delivery having so many posts unfunded. That is it's glaring. I mean, it's a massive number. Chair, then I'd also like to ask from the PPSA how the office mitigates the non-compliance by state organs through remedial actions, given the binding nature of the PPSA's remedial action. I would also like to understand, considering that there is now a binding action, has it changed behavior of the state organs? Or does the PP still receive repeat offences from specific organs of state? Chair, I do see this has been captured in the risks, but it seems to suggest that compliance has improved to 59% in 24-25. So considering that the remedial actions are monitoring, what happens to the other 41% who do not comply? What steps does the PP take in those specific instances? And then on that, I see the implementation of remedial action has dropped from 59 to 55%. If I could just get an explanation on that. Chairperson, the Public Protector's Office must be held to a higher standard. And I've said this in the previous presentation as well, and clean audits just must be the norm. Anything other than a clean audit shouldn't be accepted, and we really have to strive for clean audits at all times. Chairperson, another point that I found quite concerning, I don't have many, I think I've got 3 more, is that considering the maladministration in so many public entities across South Africa, there's a real decrease of 0.71% in the 26-27 budget in the investigations program specifically. What will be lost due to this increase? Obviously, there's a trade-off. If you're decreasing the budget with a percentage, something has to fall. So what is the trade-off there? How many specialist posts or contracts are funded through CARA, and what specific skills were procured through the CARA funding specifically? When needed, what safeguards are in place to ensure alternative disputes resolutions are not used to avoid formal findings and serious maladministration cases? And then, Chairperson, my last question, and I do ask this question, and it's a difficult question, regarding the situation that the Deputy Public Protector finds herself in. Excuse me. It's asked with high respect to the high officers, both the PP and the DPP and all others involved. Does the Deputy Public Protector have the ability to act independently and the freedom to act independently and to investigate the matter of the Secretary of Parliament, Mr. George? And what is in place to ensure that this investigation cannot be interfered with in any ways, nor will it be influenced by any person or any other office, including that of the PP's office, considering the closeness and the dynamics there and what is being investigated? Thank you, Chair. That'll be all.
Thank you, Mr. Klopper. Mr. Swart.
No, thank you, Chair. With your permission, I'll turn off my camera just to greet the Public Protector and the Deputy Public Protector and the staff. Chair, thank you. Yes, may I also just commend the Public Protector on the work that she has done and the presentation today, particularly given the disastrous previous Public Protector and the legacy and the fact that she has been able to turn around the Public Protector. We also congratulate the Deputy Public Protector, and we're very pleased that the delegation has been given, and that bodes well for the operations of the Public Protector, given the fact that it plays such a very important role in the fight against public corruption and maladministration. And I've often quoted in Parliament the judgment where the Constitutional Court said that the Public Protector is the biblical David that fights the Goliath of state corruption. So we want to support you more, and therefore it's a great concern about the underfunding, and in particular the number of posts that are vacant because of funding. And Chair, again, this is another example. This is a Chapter 9 institution. It is independent, but again has financial constraints. And I think that it is, and we've raised this in our reports, but it is not right that Chapter 9 institutions are subject to across the board 10% cuts. We've already raised this in the past, and now we've seen the implications of this. And this is said against the backdrop of ever-increasing corruption, maladministration that we see almost on a daily basis. And so it's quite easy for me to ask the question, what is the Public Protector doing to fight these issues? But the answer comes straight back at us. Give us more resources and we can do more. So, Chair, but I do want to just make that point that having served in Parliament for many, many years, I'm having an increasing concern that almost on a day-to-day basis, I'm reading about allegations of corruption at national, provincial, local government, particularly at local government, state entities, and it almost seems overwhelming. And so it's incumbent upon the public protector and all other law enforcement agencies to do their very best to fight this increase in corruption and maladministration, or maybe it's just becoming more apparent or more whistleblowers. But it's also then incumbent upon us to ensure that they are properly funded. And again, that gets back to your discussion, Chairperson, that you will be having with the Chairman of the Appropriations Committee, and we fully mandate you to have those discussions and expressing concerns about Chapter 9 institutions and other concerns. Chairperson, that having been said, I'd like a few specific questions, and that is one of the responses during during the presentation referred to the Public Audit Amended Act and the expanded mandate of the AG to refer material irregularities to public bodies, including the Public Protector. Now, these would relate to specialized audits. And does the Public Protector have the capacity to undertake these investigations in order to properly respond to material irregularities referred by the AG? Again, that gets back to capacity. Related to that is the investigations that the Public Protector can initiate on her own initiative or the officer's own initiative beyond all the complaints. And is it a constraint on the desire to institute more investigations, the fact of a lack of capacity? Then I'd like to ask, once when the Constitutional Court came out with the decision relating to the remedial actions of the Public Protector being binding, there were a flurry of review applications brought against the Public Protector, against the findings of the Public Protector. Has that dissipated at all? And obviously, the Public Protector would defend those applications for review. Does that have a financial constraining implication? And is it an increase or a decrease? Then I'd like to ask a question about the systemic investigations. Could we have more details about those systemic investigations? I think there was a reference to 2. And what criteria is used to initiate such investigations? One just thinks of the abuses that is taking place in the water sector at the moment. There's a multitude of such possible investigations. And I again emphasize financial constraints, but I would like to get an indication of how decisions are taken to institute systemic investigations. Then my last question would relate to monitoring issues in the public domain, given the inherent power of the Public Protector to initiate investigations of her own accord. And I'll give an example, such as that Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. As the Public Protector sees what is being exposed in the public domain, as well as Parliamentary's ad hoc committee, on which a number of the members of this portfolio committee commendably serve, does the Public Protector consider initiating investigations of her own accord into allegations that have deeply concerning allegations of deeply seated corruption right up at the highest level of the police services, etc.? And I do appreciate that other organs of state are also initiate investigations, such as the Hawks, such as the police themselves. And we heard from the NPA yesterday that they're also initiating actions. But I'd like to ascertain from the Public Protector, particularly possibly following the interim findings of the Madlangde Commission, whether the office is able to start looking into these very serious allegations of corruption and maladministration. Thank you, Chairperson. Again, commendations from our side to the Public Protector's Office for an excellent audit, for 100% performance, and for building this very, very necessary watchdog in the South African society that goes way beyond the normal ombud of other countries. But the powers given to the Public Protector are very, very important and need to be protected and need to be capacitated. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Swart. And PP also in your responses cover on what is the actual hindrance on expanding your presence in districts. We are quite interested in this part because in our view it is actually borders on accessibility of the institution. PP, you may come.
Thank you so much, Chair. I will then ask the COO, the CEO, and the DPP to deal with some of the questions. And where there is a gap, I will then fill in at the end. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll start with the COO on the ones that are on investigations.
Thank you, PP. COO.
Thank you very much, PP. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members. I will just touch on a few areas that have been raised, particularly by Honorable Swart on the issue of unfunded post to fight corruption. From the operation side, obviously we are limited in terms of the capacity of people who can then undertake the investigations with a noticeable increase in the kind of complaints that are corruption related that are reported to our office. Currently, an investigator carries no less than 20 caseload of matters per investigator for investigation. I must then hasten to say the allocation of CARA funding has really assisted us to some extent to then bring external resource that would assist us to conduct some of these investigations, particularly those resources that are now bringing specialized skills, including in forensic investigation, so that we can go deeper into our investigation to determine really what happened and follow the money and also the involvement of those who are implicated in those investigations. Also, they bring all the skills, financial skills, as well as your IT skills, again, so that we can get into what really happened. The investigations that we have identified based on the current funding, and I must say that we have then outsourced these investigations in terms of the Public Protector Act, trying to stretch as much as possible the budget allocation that has been provided through CARA. This focus on investigation into the SASSA beneficiaries, with particular focus noting that the SIU has conducted an investigation into this area, as well as SASSA on its own. So ours is focused on the foreign nationals who are accessing the SASSA grants to determine the validity of those applications and their access to those benefits from the social service offices. what we normally call the quadruple 4 applications, applications that are given to foreign nationals who are within our country. The other investigation also focuses on incomplete low-cost housing, and we'd identified special projects. We would want to extend to quite a number of projects that have remained incomplete, because we also look at what has been spent in the allocation for those low-cost housing that remain incomplete, whether funds have been paid to any of those service providers that were appointed. What are the reasons for such failures in delivering or completing those low-cost housing, and any accountability internally in terms of or in terms of your project management, financial resources, how they've also been expended. So it's quite detailed in what we are looking at low-cost housing, and these projects are going quite well. And the next one is also incomplete road construction and bridge construction. We're looking at the whole value chain of the resources that are also used, and what is also leading to the incomplete in construction of road and bridges. And this is also going very well. Also looking at the water crisis that is facing the nation. What is happening? What is causing this water crisis? The reliance on water tankers. And we do monitor also what is reported in the media, and are following on some of those reports in terms of the corrupt activities relating to water tankering, as we know it. Also, the issue of legal border control, we are also looking at that with specific identified key areas of border management. We would have wanted to expand into all borders that people get access into the country, but due to limited budget, we have just decided to start at particular specific borders, and we can then move on in the next investigation, also dependent on additional funding that we may access through CARA. We're also looking at the SITAs. Now, the SITAs, we are not only looking at administrative issues of irregular appointments, in procurement. However, we're also looking at just the model of the SITAs. We're looking at how they are actually being, whether it's the right model for our country, so that we can then give a better informed outcome once these investigations have been finalized. There are also certain matters of ongoing investigations that we have identified where these external resources are also assisting us. I must emphasize that with each appointment, these teams are working with our internal resource as part of skills transfer, so that we can also capacitate ourselves in those areas, particularly that we have identified as perhaps lacking and need further development, not only through training, which has been formal and informal, but also on-the-job training that is provided as the teams are working with specialized external resources. So we are looking partly at some of the issues that have been reported still affecting VBS. We're also looking at the complaint against the IDC, and also DPW in terms of the refurbishment of state-owned houses. The irregularities within SEPs, we are also looking at a particular portion that has been reported to us. I must indicate that where the Madlanga Commission is also involved and some of those issues are raised, we are working with the team within the Commission also to establish whether they are going to take some of those matters further, as we see that the Commission has also initiated some processes working with other law enforcement agencies, so to avoid duplication, and again noting the issue of resources and financial capability from our side. So we are engaging with the Commission on those issues while we pursue some of the matters, particularly those that are brought to the Public Protector in terms of the Executive Members Ethics Act that we are pursuing. We are also looking broadly at the issue of the payment of invoices within the 30-day period, and the issues of NSFAS that we are quite at an advanced stage of dealing with in concluding this particular investigation. Again, also looking not only at individual matters, that are reported affecting students and access to funding, but also just the model of NSFAS as well. We are also looking at the issues at the South African Weather Service and the Department of Transport. We've got also some of the matters that are quite at an advanced stage, including the investigation at your Charlotte Maxeke Hospital. We are also looking at the issues of PRASA involving the procurement of the locomotives. So these are some of those. Holistically, we have then about 9 or to 10 external resources that have been appointed to assist us look into these matters. Some in terms of the Public Protector acting, and the others in terms of of the SAM process. So those are the matters that we are looking at, and hopefully I have covered what mostly Honorable Swart has raised in dealing with these investigations. Thank you, Pipi. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, CEO.
CEO.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Pipi. There was a question about the budget. What is the effect of the budget this year? COO has covered the other part that it affects the number of investigations per person per investigator. But on the other hand, remember the budget that we allocated on an annual basis. There must be a money that's made available to either pay progression for those who qualify to move to the next pay grade, or alternatively the cost of living adjustment, which is paid, which was agreed upon with organized labor. So the more the budget shrinks, the more we have to unfund certain positions to be able to cater for that. So some of the positions, when they become vacant, we can't fill them, because then the money has to be made available to pay the pay progression as well as the cost of living adjustment, which is a requirement on an annual basis. And that's the other effect, besides the fact that then it increases the caseload per investigator, but it also means that some of the positions will have to be unfunded. So that's the impact of that. The district development model. The question from the chair about the district development model, it has been a challenge, because we were looking at establishing offices throughout, but now to establish offices, it means there must be somebody who sends the warm body that goes there to service that office. Now, because of the numbers that we have, it becomes really difficult to send people out there. So that's why now we're saying, if it means at least we need to have a model that says we sometimes send a person to go and service this office probably once in a week. Then we can communicate to the communities to say, we are going to have presence in 1 week in this office. For example, you go to another department, they give us one little office, and then once per week, we send somebody to go and service that. So communities know that the public protector will be here either once per week or once every second week, but at least they can have that access to the services. But basically, the hindrance has been the resources in the form of the warm bodies to go and service these offices. So we're teaming up. Justice has previously provided a number of offices for us, and we will continue to engage them. But we're also engaging now with other government departments to assist us by providing just a single office then that we can use for presence, to ensure presence of the public protector in those offices. And that's why we said, at the minimum, we said we should have 7 of those established. But we're mapping them, because we look at the areas with the greatest need, especially where I said you find that the communities there probably do not have the digital enablers to enable to communicate with us through our callback, through our self-service portal, or to lodge complaints through the kiosk. However, over and above that, within the districts that we still cannot reach out, we do have a callback facility where somebody can send us a message that says, can you please call me back? And then we are able to call them back and then take their application, their complaint through the phone. So those are some of the measures that we're using for now to ensure that we expand our reach in all these areas. I think those were the two. And may I hand over to Nils TP to probably respond to the issue of the remedial action, whether it has decreased, the litigation, whether it has decreased or.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Chair and members, honorable members.
You are the only man that is contributing to this presentation.
Transformation, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, on the remedial action, just to start with what Honorable Klopper has mentioned about the balance of the matters that are not where the remedial action is not implemented. The public protector has embarked on a enforcement strategy where we are monitoring the remedial action up to a certain stage, and where there is an indication that there is a clear resistance, then we will follow a legal enforcement strategy now that our panel of attorneys have been appointed, but we are mindful of the cost. The challenge with the Nkandla judgment is that while the remedial action is binding, the court did not pronounce on the sanction, and the court also said that failure to implement means that the institutions are acting unlawfully, and we are implementing escalation measures to deal with that unlawfulness, including escalation to the executive and to Parliament, and we're also addressing it specifically in the Amendment Act to make that unlawfulness contempt of the public protector. Then in terms of the judicial reviews, it has declined not only in numbers but also in value. At the start of, or in the middle of 2022, our expenditure on litigation in judicial reviews was around 40 million in that year. For the next year, it reduced to 10 million, and the year thereafter, it was 12 million. And for the latest financial year, we've spent 2 million on judicial reviews. We only had 2 reports taken on judicial review by 4 different applicants. And the other trend that we've picked up on the judicial reviews, it is the officials now that are taking us on review and not the institutions. We have 1 or 2 functionaries at DG or head of institution level that lodge the application in their personal capacity and then cite the department as the second application. But substantively, we have not had any judicial reviews by either an executive authority or head of the department that is not implicated in the matter. So there has been a drastic improvement through the quality assurance process, but also the engagement process that the public protector has introduced in making sure that they know exactly what the public protector proposes to find, as well as the basis for that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. TPP. Going to the TPP now, PP.
TPP, yes.
Yes, no, thank you very much, Chair. I will deal with only 2 questions, Chair. The first question regarding ADR, whether it's possible for a state actor to evade accountability if the matter is dealt with through ADR. What I will say, members, is that the public protector follows very strict rules in the process of identifying what matter should be dealt with via ADR. Typically, these are matters that we would call quick resolution matters, and these are matters that are simple, that are focusing on redress, as well as to restore the relationship between the parties. However, if it happens that a matter has been identified for ADR, but in the process, the investigator identifies other issues regarding malgovernance as well as maladministration, then the office will, of course, do its own accord investigation to deal with that. So it's, from what one has observed, it's really impossible to avoid accountability through ADR because of the very strict process that we follow in the categorization phase. The last question, Honorable Member, that you've asked, suffice to just give the committee's assurance that the institution follows very strict guidelines, not only in terms of the rules, but were informed by the Constitution to investigate without favor, prejudice, as well as no particular bias. You were concerned about whether there is the ability for the Deputy Public Protector in this instance to investigate within those principles. So mine is just to affirm that the Constitution enjoins us to do so. And as DPP, I'm quite fortunate because I'm supported by the investigative team that is tried and tested. So it is highly improbable in this instance that we will deviate from the normal way in which matters are being investigated, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, DPP.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, just on the remaining questions, firstly, starting on Honorable Klopper's questions. What is the impact of these unfunded posts on service delivery? Chair, I must emphasize that currently we are sitting at about an average of 67 cases per investigator. And to be honest with you, our cases are actually becoming more and more complex. And we all can see the trends of corruption and the patterns within our country. And I want to give a typical example. It starts with irregular appointments. The irregular appointment influences the maladministration. Maladministration, then we see patterns of corruption there. The Tembisa case is a typical example thereof, where the public protector actually investigated the irregular appointment of the CEO. That CEO had actually committed maladministration at their previous employment. There was no proper vetting in place. They didn't qualify for the position. Yet, when they were employed, the maladministration and corruption that took place under that person's leadership, which investigation was then investigated by the SRU. So this pattern is very clear, even in the cases which we received. We compare notes with the SRU, and we actually see the very same pattern. So there's a huge impact on service delivery because, as you know, the erosion of governance, maladministration, directly impacts on service delivery and the lack of resources in our country, which actually go into corrupt activities. Niels has already alluded to how we mitigate the non-compliance of the implementation of remedial action. I must say, state institutions have been responding increasingly very supportive and assisting to the public protector. As Niels has alluded, it's individuals now who are actually avoiding consequence management, who are now taking the public protector on review and not the state. And this is because of increased quality assurance systems and the improvement in our report writing and in our investigation. However, because this is the Portfolio Committee of Justice and Constitutional Development, it is important for the Portfolio Committee to note that some of these individuals actually utilize state funds to take us on review. There's a discussion we had with the Premier of the Free State on the review of the report on the funeral of the late NEC of Education. Everybody else is implementing. This HOD who is about to go on retirement in a month of issuance of that report, then takes us on review. My question to the Premier, why is this person allowed to utilize state funds? There should be some form of monitoring that's implemented by the person whom they report to assess whether is this review justifiable. Does it have a prospect on review? for the state to be able to pay for them. But the willy-nilly say they are entitled to review. Yes, they are entitled to review, but are they entitled to review with state funds? The same goes for the Enoch and Kijima case. It's not the state that's taking us on review. The state is actually implementing, but the officials are avoiding consequence management. So that it has now become a form of avoidance of consequence management. In respect of the fees that Niels spoke of the litigation fees, I want honorable members to note that from 2020 downwards, these are the legacy matters, the historical matters which have been at our disposal that have actually costed us so much. We can see a drastic decline in 2025, 2026, which actually shows that the Nkandla judgment is not the one that actually has an impact because the remedial actions are now binding. What actually had an impact is the quality of the reports, the manner in which the reports and the investigation has been conducted, but also how the public protector goes about to interact. Public protector also has the powers in respect of recommendation, and we see more and more of these actually being implemented, even more than the remedial action, where in deserving cases we issue advisory reports and intervention reports, and then we take recommendations. As honorable members have said, this institution, and we need to utilize this power with caution, however, enforcing good governance in state affairs. The trade-offs, honorable members, is that we try and make sure that we do not prejudice what's in the public interest. So what we do at our screening process is to properly screen matters that we should not be investigating. Matters which we refer, which are not matters of first instance to us. But I must assure honorable members that these are not matters which are maladministration and corruption based. Matters that go for mediation, that are done at first instance. And now with the organizational redesign, we want to do these matters at our customer service level, that they not go down to be allocated to investigators, that we've got specialists in mediation who will be dealing with these matters so that it decreases the role of the investigators. So the organizational redesign really is meant to also deal with the challenge of our budget, to say, how do we optimize our operations? How do we ensure that the public interest is not compromised? Honorable Swart, we have engaged National Treasury on this challenge, and the team is actually preparing a letter for me to the Minister because the Director General has not responded. It is through the branch where there was a verbal response that we need to make use of the CARA funds. The CARA funds cannot guarantee the stability of our institution. We need to stabilize the institution. A lot of work has been put in rebuilding this institution, the required skills at the right level to ensure that we are able to retain these skills is of importance to us. Do we have the capacity to undertake even the matters that are being referred to us by the AG? We are doing the best that we can. We are effectively and efficiently investigating these matters. The CARA funds are assisting to balance, because what we are doing with these experts, which by the way range from forensic investigation, investigation analysts, data analysts, report writing, legal research, legal writing, accountancy, and in some matters engineers, as the expertise might require, because we've taken up a lot of systemic investigation in the infrastructure sector. So these experts are working with our investigators so that we ensure that we are able to transfer these expertise and institutionalize them, so that when they leave, when they complete these investigations, they don't leave with these expertise. And we are seeing an improvement from our investigators, even through the trainings which we do both domestically and internationally, we're seeing quite an improvement. And honorable members, I just want to make this point. With all these cases that we've mentioned here that we are investigating, I must mention that there's also an increase in threat to our investigators who are actually investigating these matters. So those who are committing corruption are actually becoming more brazen. So we even have to increase the security at our offices and do assessments on individual investigators who are impacted and find mitigating ways on how do we actually protect these investigators. On the own initiative, we are doing a lot of own initiatives. In fact, the systemic investigations with the COO has outlined his own initiatives. We study the trends of the cases that we've been receiving. Do we see a difference in recurrence of these matters because of the implementation of remedial action? I must say, honorable members, there is a recurrence. I think what happens is a new administration comes in, they continue with the old pattern. But I must say, the same, we thought when the Zondo Commission was held, we never thought that we would have a Madlanga. So it is a process on unraveling and ultimately uprooting corruption within the corridors of our state affairs. The amendments to the Public Protector Act, Chair and honorable members, is really meant to assist us to enforce even more, because how we interpret unlawfulness is that what is unlawful is actually criminal. So the act must actually criminalize the non-implementation and non-adherence to the remedial action. We have to go that drastic, because that's how drastic maladministration, erosion of governance and corruption is. And we are really looking forward to the support of this committee in that regard. And finally, Chair, I really want to assure this committee and also assure the people of South Africa that since I took over this institution in 2022, as a collective, there's a lot of work that we have done to build the grit, to build the resilience, to build an institution out of Public Protector South Africa. Systems in place, capacity of people. And when I appeared before the portfolio committee for the first time as the acting public protector, I said, I'm building an institution, and that's my vision, to have an institution that would be so strong, even withstand me, that would even protect me against myself. So I still stand by those words, by continuously ensuring that the resources of this institution are directed where it should go, as we can see that our litigation has decreased, and that money is going into the capacity of this institution in building resilient systems, because it is through systems. If something is already on the system, there is no way somebody else can change that without traceable interference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, PP. DPP, the entire team from PPSA for those elaborate responses to what members had raised. And we say some of these things as members of the portfolio committee solely because we have an interest of a complete improved performance of the institution. And we actually appreciate PP, the maintenance of the clean audit, because to us, it means that and indicates that there's been a full accountability of financial performance in the institution. And we always appreciate such kind of accountability, for we all have a responsibility to ensure that public funds are spent where they are supposed to be spent. I think part of what we take home is the issue of complaints management. Because sometimes we receive a number of complaints against PPSA on their failure to do this, failure to do that, and all that. But what we usually do, we just forward those complaints for the response of the institution itself. So I think if we are able to improve in that respect, at least we would have expanded access, because some of the complaints that we receive as the portfolio committee is that person sent a complaint on this day and they could not even get an acknowledgement and all those things. So I think if we are able to improve on how we manage and attend to complaints, it can be very much better. I think also the callback system of the institution is also commendable, because it actually says even those who do not have means to send an email, who do not have means to extend a phone call, are actually able to submit their complaints through the callback system, and it's quite commendable, and we believe that it will help the institution a great deal in expanding and ensuring that the institution of the people is actually accessible to the people. I think we got the issue relating to, we have long PP discussed this, and I think you were still the Deputy Public Protector when we were discussing the issue of extending the presence of the institution across all boards. We recently last year, if you still remember, went to an oversight program in KwaZulu-Natal where we met in the provincial office of the Public Protector. We discussed this matter at large. For example, the most rural provinces, including KZN, if you have got only one office that is in Durban, it means the people from Richards Bay and far as Ejozini and all those places actually getting limited access to the services of the institution. So we get the issue relating to how the budget constraints are affecting the performance of the institution, and we get the assurance that part of what becomes a problem is the actual human resource to service those even if it's periodic offices. You may negotiate with local district municipalities, you may negotiate with the magistrate courts. All our towns have got magistrate courts for the utilization of an office space, even if it's once in a week or once in 2 weeks, as it was suggested here in the meeting. And this, from where was it, will actually expand a great deal access to the people of South Africa. Honorable Swart is correct. We have long committed to meet with the Appropriations Committee to deal with budget-related matters, because it is our belief that sometimes there is a hindrance on performance of all our institutions, solely because of budget-related constraints, budget-related limitations. So we always support our institutions. We have long taken a decision, by the way, that we stand against budget cuts. But we have long also indicated that the support on budget related limitations is actually not a a bottomless support. We are consolidating all the institutions that are reporting to the committee and their budget-related problems. But we link that with their spending, because it will be so much difficult for us to go and mitigate with the appropriations committee that so and so institution must be given an extra budget, but they have not been able to fully spend the little that they have. So the only qualification for us to mitigate properly is that the expenditure must not be low, and we must be able to fully explain the hindrances that are caused by the shortage of budget and all that and all that. So we have noted with PPSA that at least the performance is quite good. So it gives us mitigating factors to go and mitigate for budget. So we'll consolidate all that information so that Mr. Swart, we have got one meeting with the appropriations committee where we're going to detail all the institutions that report to our committee and their budget problems. So we will be doing that very soon. We must thank you. We have heard TPP that members have welcomed you. We are not a difficult committee. I'm sure you have seen in this maiden meeting that we are not a difficult committee. We are able to give support as much as we can to our institutions, unless you have done things on the extreme left, and then you will see that this committee is going to attend to you very properly. But I think all in all, we appreciate and commend the performance of PPSA. It is actually something that we say it's commendable. We always adopt some of the institutions and say this one has got more problems. Let's adopt. So when you are not adopted, PP, you must know that at least your situation is not that bad. The institutions who have adopted and said we're going to ensure that we give support on day to day, because the problems are dire such that they may not be able to find a recourse in all of them if they don't get support from Parliament. So we commend the work that is being done. I'm sure you have heard members, and I'm sure you have seen that not all members spoke, because many members just got covered by the presentation itself. So we commend that and want you to keep it up, improve in every respect where there are challenges. We are just a phone call away, as well as the portfolio committee, where our support is needed for a better performance of the institution. So we are always available to support our institutions. We just got interrupted by the ad hoc committee. Not only did it take a number of members from the committee, it took the entirety of our support staff, including the committee secretary, who is the committee secretary of the ad hoc committee, the media and communications officer wetu, the committee assistant, all our researchers, the content advisor. So it has, in a way, delayed some of the work that we do as the committee. But at least now it's in the final stages. We are not meeting regularly. We meet here and there to deal with the text of the report that was supposed to adopt and send to the House for adoption. So By those words, members, thank you so much for insightful engagements with all the reports that we received today, both OCJ and PPSA. PP, DPP, the CEO, and the entire team from the Public Protector South Africa. We thank you so much for the elaborate presentation and the responses thereof. Our support team, Mr. Romano, and everyone, some of them are out there in the oversight with other committees, but at least we've been able to do our work this week, as short as it is. So colleagues, thank you so much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to the honorable members.
Minister's priorities as well as the solar priority.